Hey everybody, you are tuning in to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. We're just about to get the show started and we're glad that you are here. Good show today. It's Monday. That's always nice. I am back from my time portal accident that happened last episode. But hopefully all that should be figured out. But you never really know. You never really know until it's too late. So this is just a quick reminder to everybody out there. Remember, you can go to CanaryCry.Party to sign up for all the things, including the newsletter. Haven't pitched the newsletter lately, but another great way to make sure that you never miss a show. We send out the newsletter with all sorts of easy to access links to all of our outlets, as well as some other fun things within the Canaryverse. So go check that out. You can go to CanaryCry.Party and sign up for the newsletter there. We've had some really nice notes from people who are so grateful for the newsletter and don't know why anybody wouldn't be signed up for it, including the fact that you receive the show notes for every show before anyone else, before the world has a chance to react. And it's a great way for us to decentralize our sources and for you to have them at your fingertips at any moment that you need. It's a wonderful tool. Other than that, thank you to, we've got some new back-end producers that we are working on getting set up to bring all sorts of cool new resources your way. So hola to everyone in the chat over on Twitch and YouTube and DLive and Rumble and Odyssey and all over the place. Very, very happy to have you guys here. And now we're just going to get the show started. So make sure to stay hydrated. It's very, very important. And other than that, buckle your seatbelts because it's going to be a smooth, calm ride all the way through the show. Let's go.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy. You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today we are live to tape on April 18th, 2022. This is episode 473. And today, CYBERKIMCHI. That's right. Razzle dazzle, I'm your best buddy Basil.
Yum, 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 kimchi. And my name is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Yes, I've eaten kimchi and I like it. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. Basil, do you like kimchi?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I have it when it's around. I don't think I've ever seeked it out.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's a good, it's a good bunker type of food. You know?
Kimchi finds me.
Okay,
you know, that's
good.
the thing. It's basically sauerkraut, but
it is
spicier.
I know.
Right?
Yeah. Well, maybe we can ask Bill Gates about that because
we're taking things that are genetically modified organisms and we're injecting them in little kids' arms. We just shoot them right into the vein, right into the vein.
Just at the top here, real quick before we get into anything at all. According to theguardian.com, send us your questions for Bill Gates. Got something to ask the Microsoft co-founder and philanthropist? Send it our way and we'll put it to him. And The Guardian has this whole form here we can fill out and we can send a question to Bill Gates. So chat, go ahead and type in Bill Gates : and then whatever question you think we should send throughout the episode. If we catch a good one, we'll use it. We'll send it. Yeah, hopefully. If we don't, we won't. But, you know, if I see a good one.
We'll send out a big mail bag of questions to Bill Gates. And look, folks, we all have questions for Bill Gates.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
But this just sounds like trouble to me. I mean, I don't know what Bill Gates is thinking. making this a thing. I mean, maybe he just wants the onslaught of questions like, why do you want to depopulate the Earth? Why are you a lizard man?
This is Bill Gates's PR team saying, okay, we need better analysis of what the sentiment of Bill is. Let's open it up. Let's collect. This is a data gathering operation.
You're right.
Yeah,
it is. It's a data. They're getting the data so they know what battles they actually have to fight as their PR team, as his PR team.
Exactly. So anyway, I just thought I'd launch with that because, whenever Bill Gates is opening up questions to the world, might as well throw in our questions into that,
And it's all data, so I guess they want to know all the horrible questions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So anyway,
that's great.
What are we talking about today?
We've got a nice full show for you today. We're going to be checking in on some of the updates with federal masking mandates, CDC mandates. Going to be checking in with the cyber pandemic in North Korea. Of course, Flippy will be stopping by. But we got politics, a little update on Alex Jones as well. Another round 2 on our Pharmakeia segment, checking in with magic mushrooms and the mommies and the men and the Manchurians. Also, of course, in the C block, when we let YouTube go to wander off into the woods, you can, of course, catch the show in other places, but we'll be checking in with COVID and the vaccine and a little bit more about mRNA in particular. And then, at the end of the show, we're going to be doing a Nephilim update, talking about space, all sorts of fun stuff. So stick around. We've got a lot of good show for you. Starting with Gonz, a little update from Florida. Which we don't.
Well, this is a somewhat CDC thing too, right?
CDC, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
The Rochelle thing.
Get out of my face, Rochelle.
And, this is an official call out. So much happens in Florida all the time, but especially now during the election season and the post-COVID era. I mean, Florida is just
post-COVID. How dare you? We are still in the thick of this.
We're in it. The pandemic's not over, man.
Yeah.
Florida is a focal point for news and sort of, inflammatory happenings that are being covered almost every day, all day. So I figured we might need to put the call out for a Florida man jingle. The old Florida man trope. If we're going to be keeping an eye on Florida, we've got all sorts of Florida men. We've got, DeSantis. He's a Florida man. Mm-hmm. We've got Trump. He's a Florida man.
That's
Mar-a-Lago, baby. Mm-hmm. And, of course, another Florida man.
Face-eating zombie guy. Do you remember him?
Bath salt guy.
Yeah, eating people's faces on the street.
Well, the New York Post is bringing us an article about another Florida man, and that is a federal judge.
Ooh.
And this federal judge strikes down CDC mask mandates in airports and other transport hubs.
Strikes down. Wow.
Strike it down, baby. I also saw it put as smacks down was another popular headline.
You know what I just realized? This is the most COVID thing we've done in the first block of the show in a while. Because of the fact that we don't like to
talk about COVID.
Yeah, trigger the algos on YouTube. But
hey,
whatever.
But this is we're just reporting some court news here more than anything. We got nothing to say about COVID.
Had to choose New York Post, huh? The bastion of fake news.
That'll never get us banned from anything.
No, they didn't block New York Post at all during the Hunter Biden thing. But go ahead.
That's opposite of the truth, Gonz, and that's called humor, folks.
That's called sarcasm.
A federal judge in Florida ordered the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to lift its mask mandate for airports, planes, and other forms of travel Monday. That's today, saying the agency had overstepped its authority. U.S. District Judge Catherine Kimball Mizell. Oh, I guess it's not this is Florida woman.
KK. She must be. She's got 2 Ks in her name. Must be a part of KKK.
This is a good point, actually. Jinglers, make note. We must be inclusive. We fight for equity here for Florida men and women to both make it into the jingle. U.S. District Judge Catherine Kimball Mizell, an appointee of President Donald Trump, ruled that the CDC neither properly explained its decision to impose the mandate nor followed proper rulemaking procedures. Quote, because our system does not permit agencies to act unlawfully, even in the pursuit of desirable ends. The court declares unlawful and vacates the mask mandate, Mizell wrote in her decision. White House, I love this. Even if the pursuit is of desirable ends.
Very well put. Yeah, nice
Very
wording.
well put, because the noble lie is something that we've been sort of dealing with for a while now. And this federal judge says, nope, the noble lie is still a lie. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki called the ruling disappointing. Oh, she's not mad. She's just disappointed. But said the administration had not made up its mind about whether to appeal. Quote, the CDC continues recommending wearing a mask on public transit, Psaki added. I think this is very interesting. The administration had not made up its mind on whether to appeal or not, which is, you would think,
if it really was, the facts were straight.
Exactly. If they really, really believed that it was really important and that it would save the country, why would they not immediately appeal? Why would they even consider not appealing? Well, it's because, I don't know, maybe it's not about that. Mizell's decision was in response to a July lawsuit filed by the nonprofit Health Freedom Defense Fund on behalf of two women who claim that wearing masks on planes triggered or exacerbated anxiety and panic attacks. Look, I don't normally suffer from anxiety or panic attacks, but I have flown on a couple planes, and wearing that mask for hours on end while I'm already a tall guy stuffed into a little tiny cage with my knees up at my chest with the mask on, and you fall asleep and it falls off and the lady wakes you up and you get yelled at and you get flashbacks of all those YouTube videos of flight attendants punching people in the face and tackling them to the ground for not wearing a mask. It inspired a little bit of anxiety. It goes on. In her 59-page ruling, Mizell said the only remedy was to vacate the rule entirely because it would be impossible to end it solely for the two plaintiffs, writing that a limited remedy would be no remedy at all. Isn't that beautiful how our court system works? Two women brought the case, which basically asked for just them to not have to wear the mask. And this judge is like, wow, how noble of you, but I'm just going to go ahead and strike it down forever.
Well,
last week,
it seems like the perfect opportunity to do that. I'm glad she did, because she could have easily, got up on a high horse. It's big points for the Trump-appointed federal judge. I mean, this is going to blow up liberal minds.
One of the noble lies is that, liberals support women. All mandates.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Also women, yes, one of the noble lies.
No, they don't support all women. They say they do, but they don't.
That's what I'm saying. But yes, it is, as much as the news cycle and the internet and Twitter and everything would have us believe that all liberals want mask mandates, want vaccine mandates. It just simply isn't true, and we need to keep that in mind. And I think this is a big move, again, in the midterms and coming up on the presidential election, which will be here faster than you guys could even imagine. I think that this is a big problem for the Democrats, and that's why they are, hesitating to fight it, because they're like, well, we want to look like we're fighting Trump on everything, but if we fight to make sure everybody's wearing masks on a plane, then we're going to lose a huge piece of the voting base, our own liberal voting base. Last week, the CDC announced the transportation mask mandate would be extended for another 15 days 2 weeks to flatten the curve, after it was originally set to expire Monday. The judge sent the order back to the CDC for further proceedings. The CDC announced last week that it was going to extend the mask mandate on public transportation until May 3rd, citing an uptick in coronavirus cases, claiming it needed more time to examine the BA2.
Sounds very Chinese in methodology. We got the positive case, lock it down, extend.
We need to examine. We must examine BA2.
It's like a soft form of it out here in the West, where it's a lot more nasty in China.
Quote, since early April, there have been an increase in the 7-day blah, blah. Nobody cares. Mm-hmm. Nobody cares. No. The CDC decision on the mask mandates came just after the federal agency announced the plan of ending of Title 42, which allows Border Patrol officials to expel migrants hearing asylum claims because of the pandemic on May 23rd. Just throwing a little Border Patrol news in there, which will come up later in the show.
We'll get back to that one.
It all connects, folks. The chief executive officer of all the major airlines called on the Biden administration last month. We know all this. Long story short, there you go. The federal judge had the power, took the opportunity to strike down the CDC's, kind of wildly incoherent travel mask mandate. I mean, you don't have to wear them anywhere else, just on a plane or a train or a bus. There were some questions about when this actually took effect. It is not in this article, but there's a CNN article about the same thing that claimed that it would still be in effect for a couple of weeks, I believe.
Okay.
I'll pull that up real quick.
It's funny, depending on where you live, feels like this whole I haven't thought about a mask or any, like, in a while now. You know what I mean? Like, nobody's wearing it. Well, there's some people still wearing them out and about, but for the majority, no workers, like, nobody's wearing masks. So
totally,
it's very,
and you're down in Southern California, so that means something.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm not in LA County, so there is that. But anyway, good
Orange
stuff.
County, it's around there. Yeah. So I don't think that it's taking effect right now. I'm pulling up the other article that had it, and I will see if I can so quickly figure it out. Nope, can't do it. Okay. But it'll be another week or two until it actually takes effect, I believe.
Right. All right. Well, good to know. At least it's been a while since we've had some kind of reversal in the trend when it comes to this stuff. So
totally,
it's nice.
Here it is. It is unclear how quickly the ruling will be implemented at airports or train stations across the country, or if the Justice Department will seek an order halting the ruling and file an appeal. So, it's not set in stone yet.
Yeah,
but it is a step in the right direction.
Yep, for sure.
The COVID-19 crisis would be seen as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber pandemic.
North Korea's kind of
Wow, that's fun. Been a while since we played that one.
Yeah, it was a Jonathan F. jingle. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So this is coming from Market Insider, and the headline here is, a blockchain expert explains how North Korea's $625 million crypto hack presents a new national security threat and why it marks a shift in the global digital battlefield. Crypto hack causing worldwide crisis, cyber pandemic.
Mayhem.
U.S. authorities this week listen to this. U.S. authorities this week tied North Korean hackers to the historic $625 million Axie Infinity crypto swindle, with the massive hack signifying the emergence of a new type of national security threat, according to a blockchain expert. Now, first off, do you know what Axie Infinity is, Basil?
I only got a little refresher before the show.
Okay, so it's a game. It's a blockchain-based game. You have NFTs. It's kind of like Pokemon. There's like some elements about capturing these creatures, and it's that thing. That kind of gaming thing, all on blockchain and NFTs and everything else. And the hack wasn't of the protocol or the blockchain itself. It was actually a bridge from Ethereum to Axie. I forget the name of the bridge, but I think it was called Wormhole. Maybe that was a different one. But all these bridges are getting hacked.
Yeah, the crypto uninitiated might need a quick review.
Sure.
A bridge is basically just a
bridge
network that can bring one crypto asset to another blockchain, like bring your Ethereum onto another.
Yes, because you can't really move Ethereum around on another blockchain. You put it through this bridge, and then it creates this new token called like whatever it is, wrapped ETH.
Kind of like a middleman.
Yeah,
it's just
kind
a
of like a middleman.
network.
So that's what's been hacked, not so much the actual blockchain itself. But who cares about the details? Cyber pandemic, baby. On Thursday, the U.S. Treasury Department added an Ethereum wallet address to its sanction list after the wallet facilitated transfers for more than $86 million of the stolen funds. The hacking sanctions. The hacking outfits Lazarus and APT-38, both linked to North Korea, were behind the theft. The FBI said in a statement, and the funds are generating revenue for Kim Jong-un's regime. How do they know this? How do they know? Now, Lazarus has been associated with North Korea in the past. Interesting to bring up Lazarus on Resurrection Weekend. Thought that was kind of a, just a minor note.
Man.
APT
tapping into the resurrection narrative going on.
Kim Jong-un's resurrection. Because he died, right? He died like 2 years ago. I'm just kidding.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Rumor for a while.
APT-38, which is this other hacking group. From what I understand, they're kind of like a subset of Lazarus. The Lazarus Group is like this group of hackers, and then APT-38 is like one of the groups. But anyway, Ari Redboard, head of legal and government affairs at blockchain research firm TRM, says the attack shows that even a nation as isolated as North Korea can participate in new age cyber warfare. New age cyber warfare. Quote, over the last few years, many hacks have been perpetrated by North Korea, Redboard told Insider, quote, but the magnitude of this one shows things have moved from small exploits to true national security concerns. It's staggering. Bank robbery at the speed of the internet. Which is so funny because they hacked a bridge on a video game, a blockchain video game. That is a true national security concern now. Oh, boy. For years, North Korea actors have been responsible for cyber attacks, including high-profile hit against Sony in 2014. I didn't know they associated that to North Korea. I didn't,
that's when I first learned about Lazarus. The Lazarus Group.
Yeah, maybe, but I didn't. I don't think, well, I don't know. I don't remember. Anyway, but groups like Lazarus have grown increasingly sophisticated and ambitious. Wasn't the Sony hack like the password to the CEO's computer was like password or something? And it was like some ridiculously low level.
I don't think it was the CEO, but yes, it was very easy. Yeah. It barely counted as a hack.
Right. Meanwhile, businesses within the nascent crypto sector are still finding their footing when it comes to cybersecurity, which makes them vulnerable to hacking groups which are continuously honing their tactics. Quote, North Korea realized a hack against an online retailer was one thing, but going after crypto exchanges is a more effective way to fund destabilizing activity at a very low cost to them, Redboard said, spoken like a true intelligence officer. The country was an early adopter of cryptocurrency money laundering, he added, and there's no sign its bad actors will slow their efforts since it's proven to be extremely profitable. What's more, Redboard noted that social engineering attacks, such as the Axie Infinity infiltration, are becoming more advanced. So again...
Yeah, it's called phishing.
Yeah, this is a social engineering attack, kind of like if anybody has seen Mr. Robot, it's more of like a personal relationship getting on the inside, kind of like what Veritas, Project Veritas does. They kind of do social engineering. They get on the inside and then they exploit. So that's completely different from just a hack from some random group from the outside. But anyway.
And that is kind of the thing. If you talk to actual hackers, like people in that group, if you know a white hat hacker or somebody who knows what's going on in there, they will tell you that most hacking, quote unquote hacking, is simply social engineering. Like social engineering is a huge part of quote unquote hacker culture. Because it's way easier to just kind of like trick somebody into giving you their password than it is to like hack the mainframe.
Right.
We traditionally consider it.
Yeah.
So, this does not surprise me.
Yeah, these hacks aren't a consequence of simple mass phishing emails, he explained, but nuanced and targeted strikes on specific individuals. While North Korea has an extremely small economy and limited infrastructure, it has proven it can participate in cyber warfare at a scale similar to global superpowers like the U.S. and China. I wonder why that is, Basil. Why is North Korea, who can barely feed their own people, so good at cyber warfare? Could it be because they are getting help from certain somebody?
Well, there's lots of options. I know you have a theory on that. I have a theory. But the automatic narrative is we are to believe that it's China that helps them with that.
Oh, of course. Yeah, the Chinese. Yeah. My theory surrounds any kind of central intelligence, but mainly the U.S. Central Intelligence, who seems to, where North Korea seems to be a very useful tool for us in terms of this kind of narrative of like all those horrible people in North Korea, cyber attacking everybody. They're so good at cyber warfare. They've been doing it since 2014. It's almost too good, too good to be true. Almost.
Timelines are pretty suspicious.
And it would make sense, and this is sort of in the Trump context here, why Trump visited North Korea, talked to Kim Jong-un directly. Well, if Trump was trying to get intel on the people going after him, which is, effectively the people in this country, some intel operators, you would say, and if they had their hand in North Korea, it would be wise to speak directly to Kim Jong-un, cut out the middleman, the CIA, and see if you can find any dirt on the people that are helping Kim Jong-un, trying to turn him from the CIA to the Trump intelligence agency.
Well, and it was a classic Trump move. I mean, he was repeatedly circumventing the traditional intelligence agencies because he was very suspicious of them. And it was in mainstream news that Trump doesn't trust the CIA. Trump ignores his CIA briefings. Trump goes around the CIA. And that was one of the things with his visit to North Korea is like, it seems wild, but it's also, it would be one way to circumnavigate the CIA, which was sort of explicitly his enemy at the time. The CIA directors were all, if not explicit anti-Trumpers, they were at least, active Democrats.
Right.
That would be one way to get around going through the official channels, which is a classic Trump move.
And bringing North Korea back into sort of the political not the spectrum, the stage, I guess, like the conversation. The conversation, the publicly viewable stage area.
Yeah, they weren't just outcasts.
Right. The Axie Infinity hack in particular reinforced Red Board's belief that the scale of digital attacks are climbing at such a rate that a new type of warfare is emerging. This is a quote, over the last year or so, we've moved from a post-9/11 world into a new digital battlefield, Red Board said. Quote, nation-state actors know to go after crypto businesses to fund real weapon proliferation. It's not just some hackers trying to fund a lifestyle. North Korea's
real weapons.
Yeah, real weapons.
Not fake weapons.
Like guns, man. Yeah. North Korea's use of the group Lazarus confirms that the country's isolated status and lack of modern infrastructure doesn't hold it back from participating in cyber warfare on the world stage, Red Board explained. The cryptocurrency industry is an excellent target for these attacks because of the volume of transactions and funds being moved every day, but also because the businesses aren't fully mature and may still be developing their own cybersecurity protocols. Unfortunately, this means many firms often do not have the most up-to-date security measures in place. And it just, we need better cybersecurity. We need more funding. We need more research. It all comes back to that. But the reason why I named the episode CYBERKIMCHI is, one, I thought it would be amusing for you to consider a CYBERKIMCHI.
It was fun to say.
Yeah. Just this idea of you eating kimchi for some reason is very entertaining to me. But also,
you've got such a beautiful mind.
I know my mind does things. But back in 2014, because it mentioned 2014 here, I found an article from back in 2014 from The Diplomat. It's published in December 2014. And the headline is, Can the White House make kimchi out of cabbage in the Sony hack?
What?
It talks about cyber terrorism and North Korea, and the final line in the article here is: while the White House may have initially have overstepped in reining its rhetoric back, the U.S. still has the opportunity to make kimchi out of cabbage. So I thought, cyber kimchi. This is where we're going.
Journalism.
So there you
Love
go.
it.
Yeah. So I think we got to pay attention to countries like this that have some level of influence and power when it comes to alleged influence and power when it comes to the cyber warfare thing and the cyber pandemic. Who are the players? Who is behind it? And of course, in the digital world, the post 9/11 digital warfare world, it is increasingly more challenging to identify the actors. It's so easy to create
it's on purpose.
To create a sort of a layer of obfuscation. And I'm thinking
old world.
Yeah.
In the old world, you would fund, rebel groups.
Right.
In the new world, you fund hacker groups.
Rogue nations, quote unquote. Yeah. And I'm thinking too, can you imagine some hacker? I'm thinking just like some, low-level hacker living in mom's basement or whatever. And got a couple friends are working away, trying to hack some stuff. And they decide like, hey, we got this Axie Infinity hack. Where should we, how should we cloak ourselves? And they're like, we'll put the IP as North Korea. Those guys seem to be into the, and then a few weeks later, they see they see this headline, when they get their Starbucks coffee in the morning, walking into their basement, and their buddy's like, oh, bro, look what happened. I'm just painting a hypothetical picture.
I'm sure it happens more than we expect.
How this thing could come about as well. That it's not the intelligence agencies, but just some low-level hacker.
As a quick comment, when it comes to this new world of the cyber warfare, of course, Klaus Schwab was the one who sort of told everybody that the cyber pandemic is going to be significantly worse than COVID ever was. And things like this will be used as control mechanisms, as every crisis is. So keep an eye out for that and how that new fight materializes in these sort of freedom-loving, hearts and minds of people who believe that human beings are all, equal and don't need some sort of godlike superstructure to tell them what to do, except for God himself, of course. And even the connection with the Russia-Ukraine issue going on. I mean, the cyber battlefield being the most effective or slash most devious and diabolical, as well as the easiest, like you said, to obfuscate the actual enemies. But the news cycle of constantly covering the idea that Russia sort of encourages cybercrime and hacker groups and things like that. Now we've got Chinese hackers, we've got Russia hackers, we've got North Korea hackers. Oh, the hackers, we got to get the hackers.
Those Ukrainian hackers using Clearview AI.
Oh, those are the good guys, though. Oh, they're allowed to be hackers.
They okay. All right. As long as they're sending pictures of their dead children to Russian moms, we're okay with it.
That's messed up. All right, Gonz. Well, speaking of that, you know what day it is?
Gary, what day is it? Monday. Gary, what day is it? Monday.
Yeah.
Yes, and Canary Cry News Talk is here to blow your blues away, folks. And Gonz, I have a big piece of news that some people will be excited to hear, and that is last night on Easter. Not only was it the day to celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ, but also the resurrection of Skate Night. It's a skate report.
Howdy, partner.
Do you even skate?
Do you even skate? That's right, folks. I got my feet turned into wheels. Back in the rink. And gotta say, haven't lost, didn't skip a beat.
It's like riding a bike.
Riding a bike, floating around, maybe even better than I ever have. In fact, I was feeling so bold that I started working on my my tricks.
Ooh.
I got some tricks now, bro.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Yeah. So, first of all, I will say, because it was Easter, not a single person in a black robe
open
riding
rink.
around. Right. Not a single person wearing a black robe and carrying a knife and, worshiping in the Church of Skaten. No, it was all good Christians who were skating on Easter. It was a wonderful time. And I have a new social study for you on the
okay.
in my anthropological studies of skating culture.
Yeah.
Okay.
Skater psychology. Okay.
That's right. Skater psychology, social interactions. So I started working on tricks. Okay. Got my tricks. I'm working on skating backwards, switching from forwards, doing a little bunny hop, doing a cool little, some cool tricks. Took all night long, fell on my butt so many times. I am in so much pain right now. I'm an old man who fell about a time. Cool trick.
Oh no, you're losing connection. Hold on. Say that again.
Am I really?
The last 10 seconds, I couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was just saying, I'm an old man, and I fell many times trying to get my trick down. And in the past, where I am either ignored by everybody or sometimes physically assaulted by the alpha boys or sort of scorned by the fast skaters or whatever, I actually found myself with some encouragement.
Oh.
Yes, it turns out all you got to do is try really, really hard to get better at skating, fall down 1,000 times in front of God and everyone there at the skate rink. And when you finally nail it, I had first of all, throughout the whole thing, there's so much encouragement. People skating by, oh, you almost had it. Or are you okay? Mostly, are you okay? That looks like it hurt. Good, man. I'm these rubber baby.
Oh no, what's going on with the connection? This is bad. We lost Basil at the end of last episode, so oh no, we lost connection completely. No, not during the story. Oh, you're back. You're back.
No, it's happening again.
It's bad. We're having our own cyber pandemic over here.
I'm scared.
Yeah,
Anyways, I nailed the trick.
Mm-hmm.
I nailed the trick, and one of the alpha boys came by, and he was like, "Yeah, that was sick." And I was like, "Wow, that is a lot of encouragement. Thank you very much." So there's a little trick for everybody heading off to the skate rink this week. You take a beating trying to land a trick, but when you do, the alpha boys are there to encourage you.
Oh, awesome. Excellent. Well, my only update is that longtime listeners will remember a while ago, I got a spider bite on my calf, and I thought I was going to lose my leg. It was so infected and huge, and it took up my whole calf. Well, I think it's an annual thing because I got the spider bite again, same leg, almost the same spot. It's as if the spider, Satan's little spider minion came and yes, I'm back for more of your blood, and just decided to.
Or nanobots. Maybe they have
the
to
worst side of the theory.
Little maintenance nanobots in the service in your half there. Replace battery.
Oh my gosh, your connection is so bad. This is so bad.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I might take a small break.
Yeah.
Go reset some things. I'll be back in a few minutes. You just take the.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, go do what you got to do. In the meantime,
you got to think.
I was going to do that. Yeah, kind of. You're very choppy. I think we need to reconnect. It's pretty bad.
Okay, let's
Okay, you should stop talking. Is what you should do for the live stream. To be 100% honest, but okay. Hold on. This is fun. All right, there we go. Basil will be back in a moment here. Let me see. Well, we'll see what happens in terms of that. But yeah, let's real quickly here, because we're off time now. We do want to thank our executive producers of episode, 473. My gosh, we just keep plugging away. And so executive producers. Yeah, we don't take advertising money. We don't take corporate money. We don't do any of that stuff. We are 100% supported by the people. That is you. And we'd like to thank our executive producers at the top of the show because they're making the show happen at a level that deserves a little attention at the top. And today we're going to thank Caroline F. Thank you, Caroline, for your executive producership today.
Where'd you find this?
And also Rochelle S. Thank you very much, Rochelle S.
Where'd you find this?
Having connection issues still with Basil over there. But yeah, thank you very much, Rochelle S. We'll do a more thorough thank you during the first break, but it's just something that we wanted to do at the very top here so that people know that the show is brought to you by the people. And if you support the show financially, you are a producer. That's how things work. Okay, so this is all like Basil stuff, Flippy and all that. Okay, you know what I'm going to do just to pull an audible here? Let's jump into politic real quick and cover that, and then we'll let Basil get back to Flippy. I don't know. I'm calling it an audible. Let's just make that happen. See if that works. Here we go.
Poly. It's Latin for many. Tick. Now suck your blood. Now suck politics. Your blood.
Yeah, extra help from the hey. Show's falling apart here. We got dogs. Hey, dogs barking. Co-hosts getting hit by the cyber pandemic. Man. Okay, the politic story here is from Reuters. And the headline here is U.S. arrests 210,000 migrants at Mexico border in March, rivaling record highs, which is just hilarious. Well, it's not hilarious, but yeah, just in the context of American politics, it is amusing to suggest that the Democrats in the last few years were very much pushing for open borders and, allowing immigrants in and immigrant rights or migrant rights and all this kind of stuff, conflating the idea of legal migration and illegal migration or immigration. And, of course, they're highly critical of Trump and the wall and all that kind of stuff. And now under Biden's watch, Democrat, you have record-breaking month of arrests over the border. So here's what it says. Washington, U.S. border authorities arrested 210,000 migrants attempting to cross the border with Mexico in March, the highest monthly total in 2 decades, and underscoring challenges in the coming months for U.S. President Joe Biden. Got a weird pop-up thing here that's blocking the text. Always interesting. I'm losing all kinds of stuff here. The March total is a 24% increase. I'm guessing it's same month. Let's see. What does it say here? Earlier in the month, 169,000 immigrants were picked up at the border a month before, I'm guessing. So 24% higher in March. The start of a rise in migration that left thousands unaccompanied children stuck in crowded border patrol stations for days while they awaited placement in overwhelmed government-run shelters. So, yeah, there you go. Yeah, under Biden, they're rounding up a lot more people coming across the border. Biden, a Democrat who took office in January 2021, pledged to reverse many of the hardline immigration policies of his Republican predecessor, former President Donald Trump, but has struggled both operationally and politically with high numbers of attempted crossings. That is funny, both operationally and politically. He's not doing well on either front. Usually politicians can pull off, at the very least, politically making a case so that people are sort of enthralled by whatever political virtue signaling a politician does, where operationally things aren't really, changed, or nothing has changed, or nothing's happening. But funny how Reuters says both operationally and politically. Nothing good out of this. Republicans who hope to gain control of the U.S. Congress in November 8 midterm elections say Biden's rollback of Trump-era policies has encouraged more illegal immigration. I agree with that. Biden officials have cautioned that migration could rise further after U.S. health officials said they will end a pandemic-era border order. Hold on, let me read that again. Biden officials have cautioned that migration could rise further as U.S. health officials said they will end a pandemic-era border order by May 23rd. The order known as Title 42. Did we just talk about Title 42? Is that part? Oh, that must be part of the mask. Okay, so that's the thing that has all the COVID stuff. Okay, got it. I don't know what that has to do with the migration thing, but okay. While more than half of the migrants encountered at the U.S.-Mexico border in recent months have been from the traditional sending countries of Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, migrants have increasingly been arriving from more far-flung places, including Ukraine and Russia. U.S. officials are preparing for as many as 18,000 migrant encounters per day in the coming weeks, but are also readying for smaller increases. The 210,000 migrants arrested in March, a figure made public in a court filing on Friday night, is the highest monthly total on record since February 2000, according to U.S. Customs and Border Protection statistics dating back to 2000. Another 11,000 migrants attempted to enter at a legal crossing along the southwest border in March without a valid visa or permission. Yeah, that's what illegal immigration is, but okay. Roughly half of the migrants encountered in March were expelled under the Title 42 order, the court filing said. Okay, so that puts, that's a lot of political mishmash. It puts the Democrats in a difficult situation. And again, when we talk about Democrats and Republicans and all that kind of stuff on this show, we're not saying it as one party or another or supporting one party or another. We're more so talking in the context of the right-left paradigm. We understand here that it's sort of a constructed paradigm. But, once you enter the ring and you can sort of describe what's happening in the tensions between the right and left through policy and through action and all that kind of stuff. And this is one of those instances, one of those examples where you have this political issue. This is one of those points of contention that can sway the election in coming up in November, seeing that the Democrats are seeing Biden, sort of not doing what he was promising to do, I guess. And of course, it's the kind of thing that really riles up Republicans to come vote. So all of this seems to be moving in the direction of the conservative right Republican Party, which of course is, ideologically, me personally, and I suppose Basil to some extent, I guess we have quote unquote more common sort of presuppositions with that side of the aisle in terms of some of the worldview. Nevertheless, it's a paradigm. So in any case, let's see how we're doing with Basil. Is there he must be rebooting the whole shaboog. What's a shaboog? I don't know. Just made up a word. Basil's rig is from here on called a shaboog. His VR shaboog. All right. Let's move on here. I'm just gonna keep moving. Just gonna keep going, and we'll figure out. We'll pick up the pieces when we can come back online with Basil. In the meantime, let's see here. Here we go.
Were made by the aliens. They've been creating animal-human hybrids for decades.
Yes, they have. Alex Jones is in the news, and according to Houston, or click2houston.com, that's KPRC2 News at 4. Alex Jones's InfoWars files for bankruptcy protection. And here's what it says. Victoria, Texas, InfoWars has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection as the website's founder and conspiracy theorist Alex Jones faces defamation lawsuits over the comments that the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting was a hoax. The bankruptcy filing Sunday in Texas puts civil litigation on hold while the business reorganizes its finances. The filing came a week before a jury in Texas was set to begin considering how much money Jones, who has already lost the defamation lawsuit, should pay the families of Sandy Hook victims. Let's just keep going here, and then I'll comment some more. In its court filings, InfoWars said it had estimated assets of $50,000 or less and estimated liabilities of $1 million to $10 million. InfoWars said it had estimated assets of $50,000. InfoWars only has an asset, or it's a bucket of money or assets that can be considered $50,000. That's kind of shady, and I guess insured $1 to $10 million. Interesting. The plaintiffs in that case have said they were subjected to harassment and death threats from Jones's followers because he promoted the hoax conspiracy that crisis actors faked the shooting in an effort by the government to take away guns and restrict firearms. Yeah, man, Jones has since conceded that the shooting did happen. Yeah. This is one of those topics that multiple things can be true at the same time. And, because a lot of the conversation when it comes to conspiracy events or events that present conspiratorial interpretations, they usually have this like one or the other sort of false dichotomy presented, right? It's like, it's fake or it's all real. Whereas, okay, how do you define that? When people say, oh, it was fake, they could be saying that, there were crisis actors and nobody died. And, this whole thing was just one big sort of theatrical piece, or it was real in the context of nobody planned it. It was just a crazy guy doing something crazy with a gun, going into a school and shooting up kids and all that stuff. And the reality can be a little bit of both, right? People could die. A crazy man can walk into a school with some ulterior motive. But also, it brings up the question of, well, who was informing that person who had the motive? What kind of communications may have been taking place with the individual and his people, or not people, but his friends and family, or perhaps other individuals that could be part of other quote unquote investigations. So, I mean, it gets really murky, and that's kind of the point, I think. And again, it's one of those topics where real victims can be had in terms of real individuals, losing children or, being killed themselves, and having it be part of a sort of political staged psyop, false flag type of operation. Both can be true. So in the case of this topic and, Alex Jones being sued over it and stuff like that, it's very interesting because it really does, in the minds of the public, because it is a court case, solidify the dichotomy of, oh, it was all fake, meaning nobody died, with, oh, this is real, and therefore, we got to do stuff about guns and that whole narrative that takes off if you agree with that premise. So, but this whole thing with the bankruptcy seems to be a financial play for Alex Jones to, fix his books or maybe audit his own books before he makes it all public to, figure out how much he owes these families or whatever. But let's see a little bit more of what it says here in the article. The plaintiffs in that case have said they were subjected to, I think we already read that. Quote, Alex Jones is just delaying quote, Alex Jones is just delaying the inevitable, a public trial in which he will be held accountable for his profit-driven campaign of lies against the Sandy Hook families who have brought this lawsuit, said Christopher Mattei, who represents the families in a Connecticut lawsuit against Jones. An attorney for Jones has not returned a message seeking comment. Jones told his InfoWars listeners Monday that he was, quote, totally maxed out, and urged them to contribute money and buy nutritional supplements on his website to keep him on the air. Ooh, that's, we at this show are very proud that we are operational, just sustaining the show through producerships and just people, no corporate sponsorship and not really selling any products or anything like that. And, oh man, there's something about, using this as leverage to make more money, that, to sell things, I don't know. I can see both sides of it, where on one side it's like, all right, if I was in the situation where Alex Jones is in, which I don't know all the background to his ties to, all the intelligence stuff with his family and everything else going on. But, I can see how there are some desperate times for him, or we might be in some desperate times, but also I can see the other side of like, hey man, this is really some lowbrow stuff if you have to really urge your audience to buy some more supplements to help them pay off some lawsuits and some families who sued him and stuff like that. So, quote, "It's time for people to be able to see that I don't have $5 million. I don't have $3 million. We have less than $3 million cash, and we need that money to buy future products to be able to operate," Jones said. Yep. Last month, Jones was fined $75,000 for failing to appear for a deposition in a defamation case, but a judge last week ordered the return of the money because Jones eventually showed up. Another new lawsuit accuses Jones of hiding millions of dollars in assets, but an attorney for Jones has called that allegation ridiculous. Neil Heslin, whose 6-year-old son Jesse Lewis died in the Newtown school shooting, said he did not immediately know how the bankruptcy would affect his defamation lawsuit against Jones in Texas, where a trial on how much money Jones should pay in damages is set to begin next week. Quote, "It is what it is," Heslin said. "We'll see where it all goes. He's tried everything to avoid everything." Ah, man. Yeah. So, okay, let's just finish it up here. And it is not the first time a bankruptcy filing has affected a lawsuit filed by the Sandy Hook families. While suing gunmaker Remington, which manufactured the AR-15 style rifle used in the school shooting, the company filed for bankruptcy twice. In the second case filed in 2020, Remington's assets were eventually sold off to other companies. Aha, okay. They always sort of leave little nuggets like that at the end of articles. In 2020, bankruptcy delayed proceedings for a year in Connecticut, a lawsuit which sought damages against Remington for how it marked its rifles. In February, the families of 9 victims of the school shooting announced they had agreed to settle the case for $73 million. Okay, so Alex Jones is taking a page out of the Remington playbook and filing for bankruptcy so that he can sell off his assets, and that will allow him to sort of openly pay off the thing, and you can delay it. And that's my guess. That's kind of what I'm getting out of this. And this is no surprise either. I to Alex Jones's credit, he did say, like, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago that the next big thing, it's going to be lawfare. They're going to come after me through law. Legal stuff is going to get ugly. So he gave that whole rant, a little while ago. So it's no surprise. But again, it could be all part of the theatrics. And actually, this is more important when it comes to how these types of legal battles play out, because whether you like it or not, whether you are Basil or I or you producer like it or not, we here at Canary Cry News Talk are going to be labeled under the umbrella of Alex Jones, crazy conspiracy theorist, whatever. So whatever precedent this sets for a legal case, concerning a real life victim and a conspiracy theorist, right? And the false dichotomy that is presented in the courts, it's going to set a precedent of how things get dealt. And so in that regard, I think it is an important story to keep an eye on and see how things do play out. If anything, to serve as a roadmap. I mean, you clearly see Alex Jones taking a page out of Remington here. So, this is one of those topics where we'll just have to keep track. We'll have to see how it all plays out with the settlement, what kind of assets Alex Jones owns. If he's selling off assets, that'll be interesting to see, that what kind of things he's collected, maybe a house and stuff like that. So anyway, story there. Alex Jones of InfoWars files for bankruptcy protection, and keep an eye on that. All right. How are we doing? Basil? Where's Basil? Oh, man. Goes to the skate rink. Maybe he was microchipped, and they set off the internet bomb, and then his internet goes down while he's on the show. Perfect opportunity. Okay, what should I do here? Because this next topic, I'm running out of non-Basil things to cover, which is kind of a problem as we move through here. Well, let's do this. I'm going to do this completely out of order. I feel so bad for the timestampers. You guys are going to have to deal with the crazy out of order sequence that has been presented to this episode. But like surfing on a wave, we're just going to do the best we can and move around and maneuver and get the show done. So I would like to talk real briefly about, oh man, a party.
Party time.
Go to CanaryCry.Party, put it in your URL. You can find the live stream and all the things.
It's the place you wanna be. So stay. Welcome to Canary Cry. Gameplay, CanaryCry.Party.
Yeah, so that's, you can find the live stream, you can find the Clips channel, email list, text notifications, street team posters, show notes, ways to connect with other Canarians, and how to become a producer, even become a producer at the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames. So there are all those links available here at CanaryCry.Party. Go check it out. And also go check out Ravel, another podcast that Basil does. Basil and Christopher Ryan Gates, who's a very smart man. Great podcast. Go check it out. Really covering all the things in that. I don't know. I would say it's like a bridge to the more normie types. You know, you don't want to jump in front of people and bust out Nephilim stuff. You know, that could be kind of rough. But a show like Ravel is a great way to introduce some normie friends to just, challenging views and having conversations and being open to challenging topics. Then you can bring them on over to Middle Earth, Christian Middle Earth, and really dive deep. But go do that. Check out Ravel, lowercase r Ravel. There are 2 Ravels. Get the right one. There's a counterfeit Ravel. There's an anti-Ravel out there. So don't be fooled. Don't be deceived by the anti-Ravel. Also, go check out Canary Cry Clips. You can find it on YouTube. Just type in Canary Cry Clips, or you can go to Odyssey and type in Canary Cry Clips. And this is thanks to our producers, the Canary Cry Clippers, who take the video and audio of each show and clip it out in segments by topic, which is great because, again, it allows you to share topics one at a time with friends and family. You don't have to tell them, hey, go check out this 4-hour podcast and go to 2 hours and 43 minutes when Gonz makes this fantastic point about Klaus Schwab or whatever. You can just find the topic in the video and just send them that. And they range from, a couple minutes to, I don't know, we can pontificate on topics for a while and go longer, half hour, something like that. But most of them are about 10 to 15 minutes. Actually, it looks like a lot of them are under 10 minutes. So there you go. Go check it out. It's a huge list of topics that we covered. So thank you to the Clippers for that. And I think that's it. Oh, I think Basil does talk about the text messages. You can text Canary to 877-740-3226, and we will send you a text message right before we go live so that we can let you know that we're going live, right? There you go. All right. Okay, what do I do? Okay, I'm going to try to get some sentiment from the producers in chat right now. Should I do the Flippy update, do the other story that I had for Basil, or should I say bye to YouTube? Because normally we say bye to YouTube around this time. But I don't know. Okay, let's just do the Flippy update. Might as well. It's not looking good. If it's taken this long for Basil to get back, something is wrong. Something is fundamentally wrong with his whole get up over there. So let me set this up and go to the Flippy update.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
This is the Flippy update, where we talk about Flippy, which is a robot arm that flips burgers. We've been tracking Flippy for a long time because, we got to track the robot takeover. And when the pandemic hit, we were like, hey, this is a great opportunity for robots to dive in and help out when nobody can be in the same room without the face mask and and bacteria killers and that kind of thing. Well, anyway, FLIPPY is a colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. Oh, all the horrible things are happening because of robot arms. And today, we have a story from GiantFreakinRobot.com, your favorite robot outlet. And the headline here is, "See the terrifying new BirdBot robot." The BirdBot robot. Okay, let's see what it says here. You've seen Boston Dynamics robot that dance on 2 legs and the more dog-like automatons that run on 4. You've seen plenty of movies that depict androids like Terminator or Blade Runner. But have you seen BirdBot? Wow, I love this outlet already. Giant freaking robot. BirdBot is the creation of Alexander Barty Sprowitz, Monica Daly, and members of their lab, and it's designed to give us a better bipedal robot. You can see the BirdBot below. And you have a photo of a couple, I guess these are ducks, in the background, right by a little pond area. And you have this 2-legged BirdBot. I guess you can describe it as what look to be kind of like 2 bird legs and a little motor type thing for the body, and then what looks like a neck and a head. No wings or a body, really, to sort of describe. More like legs and a little packet and a head out of a neck going on with this BirdBot. Terrifying, huh? Alexander Barty Sprowitz is an engineer who set out to make a robot based on the biology of a bird. He found the veterinary scientist Monica Daly to combine her expertise in animal biology and with his engineering and robotics skills. Biology with his engineering and robotics skills. And thus, BirdBot was born. Wow, this is like a romantic comedy or something. You know, Alexander meets Monica, and they pontificate on the possibilities of robot engineering in the animal kingdom, and BirdBot was born. The robot uses the observation of bird movement and biology to make a robot that is more agile on its 2 feet, while also having more balance in dense or rough terrain. One of the challenges of creating a bipedal robot is the harsh pressure from every impact the foot makes on the ground. As Barty Sprowitz explains, the force of a running foot hitting the ground can be up to 3 times the weight of the runner, and walking can be 1.5 times the weight. The other challenge of creating the BirdBot is taking this force into account while also making sure it can balance on 1 foot when the other is leaving the ground to step forward. Almost sounds like a divine sort of design of the bipedal thing of creation. To fix that issue, the BirdBot uses a spring-loaded system that quickly transitions the robot's legs from an extended position and a flexed position. The robot also uses a 5-joint system that mimics the movement that is like an ostrich. Unlike humans, those muscles and tendons can only spread over 2 joints. Bird biology allows these muscles and tendons to connect to 5 joints. By designing this into the structure of the BirdBot, the team was able to make the robot handle terrain and stay upright. And let me play a little video here, about a 3-minute video. Let's take a look at what this thing looks like. And I'll try my best to describe. Oh, Max Planck Institute. All right, you got some emus, some ostriches. Okay, I'm sure there's some narration going on. Where's the BirdBot? All right, let's get to the BirdBot. Get to the BirdBot. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, here we go. All right, let's see if there's some volume here.
BirdBot needs fewer motors than other walking robots and could be built a very large size. The research was published in the journal Science Robotics. Back to the real animal, birds fold their feet backward during the swing phase. Alexander Barty Sprowitz, who is first author of the study, and his team attribute this movement to a mechanical coupling. The team believe that a network of muscles and tendons that span multiple joints enables this coupling, like a muscle-tendon cable pull.
So they're showing BirdBot. They're showing sort of the movement of the leg, the mechanical leg, and the bird ostrich running side by side. And yeah, when you watch this thing move, it's very fluid. It looks very natural. So I would say terrifying or creepy. Sure. Yeah. The when it comes to, controlling the mind of a human population into accepting robots, their efficiency and the way they look and how they do things makes a big difference in how we think about them. So, when it comes to like an ostrich, if it has the movement that of an ostrich, then, the people will be like, oh, it's just kind of like an animal that we can control and domesticate and do things for us. It'll do work for us. It's not an autonomous machine robot that, can one day take over the world. It's just a friendly ostrich-like animal that, we can program to do things for us in the factory or whatever it may be, or on the battlefield. So, yeah, and certainly it does look, it is very smooth. And, the one thing that's troubling is how the narration there was like, oh, they can create this in any size. It's like, oh, great. So we can make this thing the size of like a city or something. Some big stomping going on. I'm sorry, I'm pausing the video here because I'm seeing this here. BirdBot achieves energy efficient gait with minimal control using aviation inspired leg clutching. And it lists here Department of Ecology and Evolutionary Biology, University of California, Irvine, which is my not official alma mater. 8 units shy of an official sociology degree that would have done me no good anyway. But anyway, there you go. See the terrifying new BirdBot robot. The flippy arm was really sort of the humanoid arm version of a machine robot. I can picture these legs being more sort of like ubiquitous in robot design, especially if it can carry load and it can move around and stuff. But I suppose there's no point to having a 2-legged thing unless I don't know, they got some stuff to solve, I guess, if they're going to carry things or whatnot. But anyway, there's your Flippy update. Let us know what you think. They're in chat and comments and whatever it may be. But there you go. Okay. Should I message back? Okay, hold on. I'm going to message him to see if he's even available. Yo, bro, how you doing? See how he's holding up over there. It was very windy where he lives or was or will be. And right before we went live today, he had to run outside and like chase a part of his property that was blowing away. So he was already having some issues out there. So, typical Basil. You got trains. The earliest remote podcasting, we had like a train chase after him on live recording a podcast. And nothing changes much in 10 years. Okay. Moving on here. Let's see. Well, you know what? I'm going to have to do it. The show must go on. Basil's been talking a lot about this topic of magic mushrooms. Oh, okay. Okay, so he's working on, all right, he's dealing with some real life cyber pandemic. So, hey, you know what we should do is, just for the sake of doing it, I think this is something that we should do more often. But this is, I'm going to call the producers here.
Producers, assemble!
All right, producers, send your prayers out to Basil and for him to figure out and claim victory over this miniature cyber pandemic that he is experiencing that has prevented him from being on the show live with us right now. So clearly something went wrong, and whether that is nefarious in origin or nefarious in a spiritual manner, let's just pray that things get fixed and he can jump back on here. But yeah, so he's been talking a lot about this magic mushroom thing, and here's an article from theindependent.co.uk, otherwise known as Indy UK. And before we even jump into the article, I just want to point out the author of this article, because this is an individual that I am not entirely convinced is real, as a real human. And that is the author of this article, an environmental correspondent for independent.co.uk, Harry Cockburn. Yes, that's not a profane thing. This is the real author of this article, Harry Cockburn. He's written a lot of articles, and he's got a page here on the indie.co.uk website here. He says he's been the Independent's news desk editor since October 2016. His work frequently focuses on the environment and global climate change, which is, for us, that's a ding, ding, ding for us. But I don't know, man. I don't think this is a real guy. I think this is some AI deep-faked individual writing articles about global climate change for indie.co.uk, which is 41% owned by the son of a former KGB agent, Russian oligarch. All the things that get uncovered on Canary Cry News Talk. So, anyway, getting back to this magic mushroom thing here. Okay, here's what it says. Psilocybin, the psychedelic compound found in magic mushrooms, could be used to help treat depression, with new human trials resulting in a promising advance which could help where traditional therapies may not. Scientists at Imperial College London said their study suggests the compound, quote-unquote, opens up communication between different parts of the brain and works therapeutically to alleviate depression. They said it could possibly provide treatment for other psychiatric conditions that are marked by fixed patterns of thinking. The researchers said psilocybin is one of a number of psychedelics being explored as a potential therapy for psychiatric disorders. Several studies have trialed a synthesized form of a drug to treat patients with depression and anxiety with promising results. The latest results, taken from 2 combined studies, reveal that people who responded to psilocybin-assisted therapy showed increased brain connectivity not just during their treatment, but up to 3 weeks afterward. This quote-unquote opening up effect was associated with self-reported improvements in their depression. However, similar changes in brain connectivity were not seen in those treated with a conventional antidepressant called escitalopram. Sounds right. I'm not up to speed on all the antidepressant drugs, but I think that's how you say it. Escitalopram, suggesting the psychedelic works differently in treating depression. The paper's senior author, Professor Robert Carhart-Harris, former head of the Imperial Center for Psychedelic Research and who is now based at the University of California, San Francisco, said, quote, the effect seen with psilocybin is consistent across 2 studies related to people getting better and was not seen with a conventional antidepressant. In previous studies, we had seen a similar effect in the brain when people were scanned whilst on psychedelic, but here we're seeing it weeks after treatment for depression, which suggests a carryover of the acute drug action. End quote. In the latest study, a team led by Imperial's Center for Psychedelic Research analyzed fMRI scans of almost 60 participants with treatment-resistant depression who undertook 2 trials. In the first trial, all the participants received psilocybin. In the second, the participants were not told whether they had been given psilocybin or a placebo that turned out to be escitalopram, an SSRI, the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor antidepressant. In addition to the drug, all participants also received talking therapies with registered mental health professionals, and brain scans were taken before and then 1 day or 3 weeks after participants received psilocybin therapy. Both trials found improvements with psilocybin therapy as measured by improved participant scores on clinical questionnaire. The scans, which were done before and after the treatment, showed the psilocybin treatment reduced connections within brain areas that are tightly connected in depression and increased connection to other regions of the brain that had not been well integrated and are more segregated in depressed patients. They found a correlation between this effect and symptom improvement in both trials. While the strength and duration of effect varied between participants, it was strongest in those who reported an improvement in symptoms. This is back to Professor Carhart-Harris. Quote, we don't yet know how long the changes in brain activity seen with psilocybin therapy last, and we don't and we need to do more research to understand this. We do know that some people relapse, and it may be that after a while their brains revert to the rigid pattern of activity we see in depression. The authors warned that while their findings are encouraging, the trials took place under controlled clinical conditions using regulated doses of psilocybin formulated in the laboratory and involved extensively in psychological support before, during, and after dosing provided by mental health professionals. I think this is the sort of nugget in this story, which is that this study was done not by the mushroom that you pick off of cow poop and, put in this is what the druggies do. They put it in a peanut butter sandwich or something and they scuffle it down for a trip. Not that kind of trial. We're talking lab created psilocybin. So different in the sense that, same substance chemically, but different origin. One happens under the sort of natural condition of the fallen world, where fungi grow from poop and other things and create this chemical that when ingested has this crazy effect on the mind and the brain and all that kind of, or just at least some kind of existential experience. The other is a synthetic psilocybin created in a laboratory in a controlled method and given to patients and in studies in a controlled way. So again, kind of begs the question, difficult, challenging questions on this topic, especially for Christians, when it comes to, hey, if it's created in the earth, God created it. It's part of God's creation. You can bring in the argument about the fall. Does that have something to do with natural occurring substances that may create some kind of perceptory experience? But also you got to think about in the Bible, there are prophets multiple times who are told to eat a scroll, for example. And from that ingestion, they have visions, so you just never know. I think there are the mechanics of, tapping into the spiritual world when it comes to these substances. I think that part of it is real and is sort of part of the design of creation. Whether we are to freely, under our own will, go under the influence to tap into those realms, that's a whole different ethical question. And I think that's where people get conflated. There are nuances to this conversation that are ongoing, and I think shows like us, we're trying to have that conversation in a more thorough and calm, sort of objective manner, because and looking at it from all angles, because of course, they do want to, I think, commercialize this substance, and it will be commercialized in a way of like, hey, mushrooms helping depression. And that will create a sort of visceral reaction from the religious community at large. So, given the reality of how all this works is much more nuanced, I think. And again, I'm not encouraging anybody to take magic mushrooms and, do that. That's not what we're saying. In fact, don't. Speaking from experience, but it is an interesting topic because as it comes into mainstream culture in a clinical fashion, as the medical, the scientific dictatorship use it in a commercial manner to perhaps have the merchants of the world deceive the world through their sorcery, that kind of thing. Then it certainly makes sense to take something that is a little bit more of a natural thing and make it their own so that they can control it and they can get all the controlling authoritarian benefit from it. So anyway, let me continue on here. They said patients with depression should not attempt to self-medicate with psilocybin, as taking magic mushrooms or psilocybin in the absence of these careful safeguards may not have a positive outcome. Again, let me say from personal experience. Not just me, and people around me, too, that had some horrible experiences. Professor David Nutt, head of the Imperial Center for Psychedelic Research, said, quote, "These findings are important because for the first time we find that psilocybin works differently from conventional antidepressants, making the brain more flexible and fluid." Oh, wow. Who would benefit from having a flexible and fluid brain? It's much more easy to reshape someone's worldview, when they're under psilocybin, because, their brains get more flexible and fluid, and less entrenched in the negative thinking patterns associated with depression. This supports our initial predictions and confirms psilocybin could be a real alternative approach to depression treatments. So there you go. This is another update. It's really nothing new in terms of the study or anything like that. I think some of these studies are old. It's sort of just combining the two and making another sort of public declaration of the effectiveness of psilocybin when it comes to treating depression. And it's the progress of this topic. But as we move forward here, I think we will see, again, all the different groups before or against it. You're going to have your Joe Rogan types for it. You know, this may also spark a strange sort of group of, I don't know, Christian truther types that are like, yeah, but we're also into magic mushrooms, you know, some weird offshoot group. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm just shooting from the hip at this point. So anyway, that's the magic mushroom story. I'm sure Basil had a lot more to say about it. He may or may not be able to get to that today, but more importantly for me, I'm going to keep track of this Harry Cockburn here. We're looking out for you, Harry Cockburn. We'll see what kind of stories you're publishing and what kind of propaganda you're peddling for the KGB over there at the independent.co.uk. All right. What's next? What do we have on the agenda? You know what? This is where we break. Yep. This is where we break. So let's break.
It's break time! Come on, take a break.
We're just going to take a short break to thank the producers who come in and support the show. Yes, producers, not just people who give money. They're actual producers. They produce the show. That's how it works in Hollywood. I know that's not the greatest thing to say, but that's the truth. You know, if you are in Hollywood and you help fund a project, then you are named a producer of that show. That's just how it works. And so we do the same thing here. It's a real, actual label title that you can put on your CV or your profile or whatever it may be. It's something that's legit. So this is a legitimate thing. And we like to thank our producers because they are the ones that are supporting the show financially, at least in this break. And they're the ones that make it all operational. All right, so for episode 200, my gosh, no, we are in episode 473. Oh, you know why I'm thinking episode 200 something? As I get sidetracked a little bit, but let me just rant about it for a moment here, because I can. I don't have Basil holding me back. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, folks. The Watch the Water documentary that everybody's still kind of chatting about and talking about. The episode where we actually had a serpent inside of the coronavirus as part of the art was episode 226. Yeah, 226 soul cages. And we talked about the story about, this was back in July of 2020. Oh no, I'm sorry. You know what? No, that's a mistake. No, July of 2020 was when we first reported on sewage surveillance. The whole monitoring the water supply, or not the water supply, but the sewage supply as part of COVID. People thought we were nuts. We were playing that the toilet flushing jingle and stuff like that. People thought it was crazy, but that's kind of the sort of central point being used as part of the thesis for, hey, they spread COVID in water from that documentary, which I don't know that they did that on a large scale. Maybe they did that locally in some jurisdictions or something like that. I mean, there's history of that with the LSD water thing. So, you know, it wouldn't be it's too crazy to think that they would do that in some smaller population. But it'd be really hard to do, you know, in the entire world water supply, or at least water consumed or whatever. But anyway, so yeah, that's why I was thinking episode 200 something is because, you know, we had covered some of the topics, actually most of the topics brought up in the documentary over the last 2 years, and I think listeners of the show, producers of the show, know that, and they appreciate the fact that we were covering those issues. And certainly it was presented in a way that's concise, and you got a real doctor, a chiropractor up there, really bringing it all together and sort of making it all fit in the narrative of the snake venom type of thing, which I think has a psyop element to it. I don't want to get into it too much now. I think I'll put together a whole commentary on that, but there was a story about the crazy guy who thought his kids were infected with serpent DNA and he killed them. Remember that story? I think they're trying to provide ammunition to connect people who may question the narratives or continue to question the narratives as people that want to kill their children or kill anybody who has serpent DNA. And so that's part of the crazy psyop taking place here. But anyway, the producers of the show, the reason why this show can happen, and it's this kind of investigative reporting, or at least deconstruction of mainstream news, that allows us to be ahead of the game and sort of see things before they happen, because we're not prophets. We're not making predictions per se. We're just looking at the trends. We're looking at the stories that they put out there. It's all part of the psychological operation, and we're sort of here to help deconstruct that and help people process all the news in the world through that lens. And of course, we're biblically grounded, Jesus first, and that's the message. That's the core of what we do here, and we can't do it without the producers. And we're going to start off by thanking the executive producers once again.
Executive producers.
And once again, we would like to thank, we have a third executive producer that joined the party here between the top of the show and now. But before we get to this individual, we're going to thank our other two who we thanked at the top of the show, Caroline F. Oops, wrong button. Caroline F. Thank you very much.
Where'd you find this?
And a very generous amount there from Caroline F. It's a flat number, and what we try to do is lean towards anonymity here on this show. So if you give us a round number, we're going to keep it anonymous. But if you give us a fun number or something a little offbeat, then that'll be our signal to read the actual amount given. So thank you very much, Caroline F. We appreciate that. I know there's more to the story here with Caroline F. So we'll get to that, I think, in some future episodes here. But in the meantime, thank you very much. Next, executive producer of episode 473, Rochelle S. Thank you, Rochelle S.
Where'd you find this?
And Rochelle S. comes in with that fun number, 123.45. 12345. And she has a note here: whether we count out time in days or years, it's only a scratch on the eternity timeline. Why do we think this scratches everything? Doesn't God say there's eternity to be gained and hell to be shunned? Teach us to number our days. God bless. Thank you very much, Rochelle S. God bless, and thank you for your executive producership of episode number 473. And we're very grateful for that. And we got one more here, Dame Stormy. Thank you, Dame Stormy. She comes in with a nice round number.
Where'd you find this?
And she has a note here. Thank you for your work infiltrating the Church of Satan. Love you guys, Dame Stormy. Well, thank you, Dame Stormy. Although currently, perhaps we are in the thick of a sort of a reverse, a sort of Pharaoh deciding to chase after the Israelites moment, when the Church of Satan is going after Basil, and any kind of ground he gained while he was making progress on his skating moves in the Church of Satan there yesterday. I think they're trying to gain it back because they took down his internet and is unable to be with us today at this moment. He was with us at the top of the show, and then it all fell apart. So, thank you very much, Dame Stormy. And we'll just keep track here. No updates from Basil. So, all right, we're just going to keep plowing forward here. And so thank you very much to all of our executive producers there. We really appreciate it. That's Caroline F., Rochelle S., and Dame Stormy. Thank you very much. Oh, where's my thank you? Come on. There we go. All right. Supply drop. Go to CanaryCry.Supply.com and you can participate in receiving supplies from us as part of a campaign for producers of Canary Cry News Talk, a thank you campaign where you sign up for $33 a month or a different amount there, and we will drop some items right on your doorstep. And we're very excited about this and what it all means for the producers who, commit to the show. We want to give back, and we want to give back with some fun items. Let's see. Oh, we got a message from Basil. Hold on real quick. Yes, we are in break. Thanking supply droppers. Fun live moment here. Chatting with Basil. At least he has some internet connection. All right, so supply droppers, thank you very much. We have one new supply dropper today, and that is Angela V. Thank you, Angela V. We appreciate your producership joining the supply drop team there. We also got the NFT supply drop for the NFTs for the supply droppers, the Canary Cry Genesis drop from Q1 2022. And I'm working really hard to put together this tutorial to get everybody a crypto wallet, and so you guys can send us your Ethereum address and we'll send you the NFT. I don't know why it's not loading on this page here for some reason. Hold on, let me refresh so we can, for those of you watching, can at least see what's going on here with the NFT. Maybe that got taken down too. We're just getting taken down. Cyber pandemic all over the place. But yes, thank you very much, Angela V, for being a supply dropper and being a part of this. Waiting for the supply drop. Waiting for the supply drop. I was going to say something else about this, but it's hard to do video, audio, and read at the same time. But I can do it. I've multitasked before. Doing tech at church, there's been some interesting experiences where you have to do video, lyrics, and make sure audio is, all taken care of. Then you got people trying to talking to your ear while you're doing that. I mean, it's craziness out there. So anyway, moving on, we're going to thank other producers who come in under the amount of $100, but more than $7.77. That is our cutoff. Anybody over $7.77 is entitled for a note to be read. And the first person to thank here is Laura C. Thank you, Laura C. She comes in with a note here. Happy Easter to you both. Sorry to see producership so low today. I hope this blesses you. Enjoy the weekend, Laura. Oh, thank you, Laura. And I think this actually came in on Friday, and maybe we missed it on Friday, or it came in, during the show or after we had thanked the people. So thank you very much, Laura C. Yeah, we had at least my family, we had a great resurrection weekend, and was able to celebrate with church and family, and it was a good time. So thank you for that, and thank you for your producership, Laura C. Next up, we have Lady Knight Little Wing. Thank you, Lady Knight Little Wing. I don't believe Lady Knight Little Wing is on a streak, but appreciate your producership here. And yeah, I don't see a note. So hopefully this is all up to date. I don't know if Basil has it all up to date. And if we miss something, please let us know. We'll make it right in either the next episode or at some point. Because we're sort of moving on the fly here. We're polling an audible today, but show must go on. All right. So thank you very much, Lady Knight Little Wing. Next up, we have Emily C. Thank you, Emily C. She comes in with $45.96. Very specific number. And she has a note. It's my birthday.
It's your birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Emily C. In fact, why don't we just play the old birthday jingle too?
Happy birthday to
And the note says, it's my birthday and I'll produce since I love y'all. And then a big heart emoji. Keep up the great work, friends. Love M and Bobby C. Oh, it's Bobby's birthday. Happy birthday, Bobby. Hope you have a great one. And yeah, thank you very much for your producership, you and Emily. I had a video a long time ago called something about M's, E-M. It was based on some TED Talk where they're talking about amulets, which are basically kind of like human, they're AI, but they're cloned from human consciousness or something like that. And they emulate human thinking and human emotions. And this TED Talk guy was all stoked about the M's, they're coming and they're going to help us and they're going to shape AI and all this kind of stuff. And it was like, oh, okay, that's weird. So anyway, sorry, M, that your sign off there reminded me of that, but it's Emily. You're not an M. You're not an M with Bobby C, unless Bobby C is in on something, unless you created this M. All right. Moving on. Thank you very much, Emily C. Next up, we have Alicia JR. Thank you, Alicia JR, coming in with $35. It's an interesting, I don't know if it's a 33 and round up. Maybe it was a round number. I don't know. But thank you very much, Alicia JR. I don't see a note here, so appreciate the producership. Next up, we have Brian H. coming in $33.33.
Illuminatus!
And I don't see a note here, but thank you very much, Brian H. And next up, we have Morv coming in with 1111. And Morv is on a streak, and I don't think this number that is written on the sheet is correct, because I am almost certain that we... Sorry, I'm stalling. I'm almost certain that we have given Morv the wrong thing here, the wrong streak number before, and I don't know if it was corrected or not. He was on 77 recently, so I believe he is on 78. So thank you very much, Morv. 78 episodes in a row. And yes, coming in with the 1111. I think that's right. All right. Yeah, thank you very much, Morv. I don't see a note here from Morv either, so let me change that in there for the notes in the future. All right. Oop, why isn't it working? Here we go. All right, there you go. All right, next up we have Sir JC Knight of the Techno Squatch. And, now I'm skeptical about Sir JC's amount too. I might have messed up right here. Oh, wait. No. Morv is 79. Now I'm really confused. Okay, well, Sir JC, Knight of the Techno Squatch, is either on a 93 episode streak or a 94 episode streak. I don't know, but it's one of those.
1001. Amen.
He comes in with 1001 with a note. He is risen. Thankful for the Canarium and the ministry from you guys. Basil, what video games have you been playing and what metaverses have you both become interested in? I cannot speak for Basil. Clearly, he is unable to even access the metaverse currently. But for me, I've been scoping out the sandbox because it is sort of revved up to be one of the big metaverses out there. There's also some interesting things being done with the project called Illuvium and several others. There's a lot of them out there right now. I think we're going to see some crashing markets from the metaverse sort of realm. It was kind of hype at the end of last year, but a lot of projects were overvalued. But in terms of tangible projects, and I'm keeping an eye on there's a project called Meta Hero, and their whole thing is that they're going to create a metaverse that is the most realistic VR experience. You know, the sort of esoteric thing that I've been talking about for a long time, like basically plotting every molecule in the virtual world so that when you're in the virtual state, it's, you know, you can't tell that you're in a virtual world kind of thing. I think, Meta Hero, and they have, I forget the name of the specific project. There's some, I can't remember. I'm trying to look it up right now. There's some aspect of the Meta Hero thing, some dome, I forget. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's one that I'm keeping an eye on. Well, all of these I'm keeping an eye on, but that's one where the promises are very extravagant. So there you go. Thank you very much, Sir JC, Knight of the Techno Squatch. Next up, we have Sir Scott, Knight of Truth. And Sir Scott is on a, well, it says 134 here, but I don't trust it. He might be on a 135 episode streak. Either way, he is the streak.
Yes, they call him the streak. Fastest thing on 2 feet.
And Sir Knight, or Sir Scott, Knight of the... Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Something might be off here. Clearly, this document was not finished entirely prior to us getting into it. But no note. Thank you very much, Sir Scott, Knight of Truth. We're just going to plow through here. Next up, we have Joshua M. Thank you, Joshua M. Comes in at 777. He has a note. Hey, Basil and Gonz, it's been a while since donating. Times have been a little tough. Yeah, seriously. With the inflation, it's crazy. But got things back on track. Oh, I'm glad. And am possibly getting into a new cybersecurity job soon. Hey, Joshua M., would you like to be the Canarium's personal cybersecurity expert to get Basil back online here? We can really use you. But yes, thank you for your contribution here. It will go towards cyber securing Basil a little bit more. You're 777 there, so I can fight Klaus's cyber attack for the great reset. God bless JM. Thank you very much. JM, that's Joshua M. Appreciate that. Next up, we have Gail M. Thank you, Gail M. Gail is on a 100 and, well, it says 109, so we're just going to go with it. 109 episode streak.
Women rule. Thank you so much.
And Gail says, hello, my sweet dudes. Shout out to Learbag 3000 and Ciara, reminding them that I'm still waiting for them to claim their gift of gratitude from the Canarium. Update time. Stamper Jackie U is this week's honoree. Now listen up, y'all. Any and all listeners, new and old, are welcome to participate in Gail's Gratitude Grab Bag giveaway. Just add some value to the show with producership or write a review or sharing your talent in the arts, etc. Come join the party wherever you are. There's always a good time to be had and friends to be made. Just do it. To all my current family members, I am so grateful for you all. XXXXXX. Oh. Thank you very much, Gail M. Always very sweet. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And if you, first off, Learbag 3K and Ciara, you got to claim your gift. And also, Jackie U as well, and anybody else who wants to participate in Gail's Gratitude Grab Bag giveaway. So thank you very much. All right, that does it for the producers who came in with 777 or more. Again, if we missed you and you came in sometime during the show, just send us a note. Let us know. We'll make it right in the next episode. This is part of the show that Basil usually handles with all this. So, I'm kind of doing it on the fly and doing what I can here, but it's possible that some of this is not as accurate as it can be. So there you go. Thank you very much to everybody. We're going to thank the rest of the producers who came in under $7.77, starting off with the latest honoree of Gail's Gratitude Grab Bag, Jackie U. Thank you, Jackie U. She comes in according to the document. That'll be my out. According to the document, which could be wrong. Jackie U is on a 49 episode streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule.
Thank you, Jackie U. Next up, we have Sir Casey, the Shield Knight, who is on a 144 episode streak, or a 144. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Looking in files. Did we, I think we made a call out for a 144 jingle, and I'm not sure if anybody submitted anything. I'm just double checking because sometimes, a lot of files come in and I don't always remember everything. So, there's a note from Basil. I'm just reading his note and okay, so he's trying to cut a deal with the internet man. He's currently in the trenches of a battle with Klaus's representatives to try to get back on the internet. So I'm just going to ask him if I think he will get back on anytime during the episode today. And we shall find out what he says. All right. Where was I? We were thanking Sir Casey the Shield Knight, and I was trying to see if anybody sent in a 144 jingle because of the 144,000 in the Book of Revelation. We thought it would be a good number to sort of create that next tier for people on streak who, Sir Casey the Shield Knight is paving the way for streaks. He is the streak currently.
Well, yes, they call him the streak. Fast thing on 2 feet.
And that means that he has to, Cody, all right. He has to deal with the inefficiency of, I guess one fault of a value for value model produced show is that, if nobody does a 144 jingle, we're just not going to have one. It's one of those issues where we're not paying anybody to do it. So if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And we sort of just do the show, and we can do, I can always sit down and carve out some time to try to put one together. But I think our producers can put together something cool. And if I'm completely missing it and somebody did send in a 144 jingle and I'm just not able to find it or I'm just forgetting about it, please remind me. I need reminding. It's hard to keep up with all this stuff. So in the meantime, Sir Casey the Shield Knight is on a 144 episode streak, and that does make him the streak, and that makes him biblical. All right. Veronica D is the next streaker who's on a 109 episode streak. Oh, the streak sister with Gail M. Gail M came in above 777, so she had that note today. But the other streak sister is Veronica D, who is on a 109 episode streak.
Yeah!
Streakers.
Oh, yeah!
Women rule!
Thank you very much, Veronica D. And last but not least is Runk Smash, who is on a 21 episode streak. Wait a minute. No, that's wrong too. Hold on. No, that's wrong too. Wait a minute. We gave him the 21 gun salute like 2 episodes ago, so he's got to be on episode, or like a 23rd episode streak or something. Somewhere around there, Runk Smash, you're in there. All right. Well, thank you for your patronage, everybody.
Shut up and take my money.
Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage.
All right, there you go. That's all the producers for today's show. What do we do next? Oh, we say bye to YouTubers. That's right. Okay, I think I'm going to have to do that today because we're going to talk COVID. There's a lot of COVID stuff, and yeah. Oh, you know what? Let me wake up first.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
Okay,
it's happening. Everybody stay calm. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure?
Go to Twitch, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitter, Facebook, whatever it is. You can find all those links at CanaryCry.Party as well. Too hot for YouTube.
YouTube.
Now you see me. Now you don't.
Bye, YouTube. Hopefully you will find us on another location Just go to CanaryCry.Party and look for it. And you'll find us elsewhere. Clicking goodbye. Okay. And let's see. COVID.
It's Corona time. COVID-19. 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 Yes. COVID-19. COVID-19. Coronavirus. Vaccine. Number one way.
USA Today. Headline, COVID vaccines are not meant to prevent all infections. Experts say Americans need to reset their expectations. Wow, USA Today. We need to, it's not a great reset. No, they just need to reset their expectations about the vaccines. Oh. Let's see what it says here. Denny Mitchell couldn't believe he tested positive for the coronavirus in January. The 45-year-old from Houston never left the house without his mask. He avoided indoor dining at all costs. And most important, he was fully vaccinated. Oh, what a fantastic citizen. But he still got sick. Oh, my. Quote, I was surprised because I was taking so many precautions, he said. It's no longer unusual to hear of someone getting COVID-19 even though they're fully vaccinated and boosted. Yet, many Americans are still shocked when it happens to them. Early data showed that mRNA vaccines were highly effective against infection. But experts say the virus has changed over time and people need to reconfigure their expectations. The vaccines may not prevent all infection, but they still protect against the worst consequences of the disease. Right, they've been saying that line over and over and over again. It's part of the defense here for vaccines. And it's part of the, big pharma propaganda narrative here. Quote, that's what we need to emphasize, said Dr. Philip Chan, an infectious disease specialist and an associate professor at Brown University. Quote, the fact that these vaccines are still effective against these emerging variants in terms of severe disease, hospitalization, and death is definitely a public health win. Okay, all right. Interesting way to put it in that context, It's a win, guys. Americans' high expectations of COVID-19 vaccine stem from initial clinical trials in 2020 by Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna, health experts say. Yeah, a lot of that too. Commonly in these mainstream articles, health experts say. Oh, so I guess that's true because health experts say. For the vaccines to obtain emergency use authorization from the Food and Drug Administration, they had to be 50% effective against infection. It's kind of a low number, isn't it? 50% effective. The main goal was to prevent severe disease or to prevent severe illness and death. But the effectiveness of the mRNA COVID-19 vaccines was astounding. In trials involving more than 70,000 people, researchers found they were more than 90% effective against infection. Okay, so let me be very detailed here and very, very picky about their words. Because this article, the USA Today, is trying to tell us that, hey, you guys need to change your expectations. The vaccine was never supposed to, prevent you from getting infection, right? But then they say in the article that the initial studies show that 90% were effective against infection. Okay, which means what? That it's kind of murky. Health experts were overcome with quote unquote sheer joy, said Jody Guest, professor and why do we care about the emotions of the professor and vice chair of the Department of Epidemiology at Emory University's Rollins School of Public Health. Quote, we just couldn't believe that they were working so great, she said. The amazement, quote, the amazement about it was really why we talked about that so much. Okay, this is not scientific at all. It's like, oh, where does this come from? Oh, some scientists were really stoked about it. Oh, okay. All right. That's why we talked about it. That's why there's a misunderstanding in the public. So you guys are admitting that you guys over-exaggerated some things, and now you're trying to put the rabbit back in the hat? I don't know. What's going on here? Scientists expected to see changes in the vaccine's effectiveness when they were used by millions of Americans and given to populations that weren't included in the study, such as pregnant people and those with immunocompromising conditions. Kind of a big chunk to leave. Kind of an early sort of jump the gun, excitement level about how great they work when they haven't used it in pregnant people or immunocompromised people. All right. So they're kind of admitting that, like, hey, we might have jumped the gun. What they didn't expect, however, was the barrage of variants that quickly emerged, some of which, like Omicron, were more transmissible and better able to evade the vaccines. And again, this goes back to sort of this the magic, the amazing virus that is COVID-19 and the variants.
It's called the Omicron.
No, not Omicron, but Omicron. The one Basil predicted would be the next big scary one, and to his credit, he was right. Yeah. So, all right, let's keep moving here. Let's see. Barrage of variants quickly emerged, some of which, like Omicron, were transmissible, better able to evade. Health experts had a hard time communicating the shifting reality to the public. Whoa, hey, what's happening? Whoa, hey, can you close the door, please? Come on. All right, sorry about that. We got children barging in, dogs barking. This is another part of the fun here. Okay, what was I saying? Something about health experts shifting. Hey, oh, yes. Yeah, health experts had a hard time communicating the shifting reality to the public. Again, there's... Can you... Okay, so... Oh, my gosh. What a disaster. Okay, I'm sorry about that. All right. Yeah, so, again, admitting to the public here that they, not only did they get a little over-exaggerated early on, but they could not communicate the shifting reality, which is kind of like, I don't know, the reality of things didn't really shift that much. I mean, if you were tracking the science, there wasn't really like a big I mean, I guess the variants came after the fact, but people had suspected that some of that stuff was going to happen early on. So, I mean, we had suspected, not just us, but a lot of people in the alt sort of truther community, whatever, not mainstream people, were saying that, like, we're going to, they're going to come out with the vaccine, and then they're going to have a variant, and then they're going to have another vaccine and another booster. I mean, we called all that stuff. So, these people have no excuse. And saying, oh, we had a hard time communicating the shifting reality. Maybe that's because of the funding from up on high and the poor PR people and political ideologies getting involved, getting in the way of facts, which is part of been the issue of this, making scientism a thing, worshiping at the altar of Fauci and things like that. So, this whole thing has been a mess. And, I'm not surprised that they have to admit this. Quote, we were letting the data drive the conversation. No, you weren't. Because we really didn't know anything about the variant, anything about what the variant would change, he said. Quote, when the vaccine efficacy went down, we may not have done as good a job of explaining why and putting the blame on the virus as opposed to putting the blame on the vaccine. Okay. So, trying to shift blame here. Some damage control. So, anyway, that's interesting. Let's keep going. Unlike measles or polio, which are caused by stable viruses. The SARS-CoV-2 virus that caused COVID-19 has dozens of strains, said Dr. John Schwartzberg, a professor emeritus of infectious diseases at the University of California, Berkeley, in the School of Public Health. Quote, "We've been using the measles vaccine since the 1960s and the virus hasn't changed. Maybe because it's not genetically engineered." Excuse me. "That's why we've been able to eliminate measles in the U.S., he said. The coronavirus, quote, "is able to change and drift from that protection we have. That's a major reason why we're seeing problems with these vaccines." It's the variants, guys. It's not the vaccine itself. It's the variants. You know, it's the Omicron.
It's called the Omicron.
Quote, "The SARS-CoV-2 is just a lot more formidable and a lot smarter than measles and polio." Smarter. The virus is smarter. Dr. John Schwartzberg, professor emeritus of infectious diseases, is using terminology that no, I mean, I guess scientists can use this terminology in some regard, like painting a picture. But if you're going to present a scientific argument about vaccines, or a scientific argument to defend vaccines and try to hoist the blame back onto the virus, using terminology that the personification or the anthropomorphization, is that the right word, of a virus by calling it smarter is very interesting. It doesn't help sort of squash the skepticism that is behind a lot of the people who suggest that not only was this planned, but this was probably engineered. Not only was it just engineered, it probably has some very nefarious people working on it with some very nefarious agendas behind it. You know, why is it so smart all of a sudden? You know, why is the virus so smart? Very strange. By April 2021, the number of infections in vaccinated people was so common that the CDC stopped tracking them. And we reported on this. And, you know, the majority of the public, especially those who had really bought into the narrative, I mean, they probably either were isolated from this news or they had, they're in some kind of denial where, you know, there's a justification of this kind of activity. Some studies suggest these so-called breakthrough infections already were on the rise. Yeah, maybe the vaccines don't work. A study in Washington state of 4 million vaccinated people showed that from January to August 2021, about 1 in every 5,000 experienced a breakthrough infection. When the Delta and Omicron variant emerged, health experts say, is a hyperlink there, health experts say, to an archived article from the hopkinsmedicine.org. So the page no longer exists because it's archived, which means they took down this information, probably because it was wrong, because they fixed it. That rate may have increased to as high as 1 in 100. So at first they're like, oh yeah, one in every 5,000 people have breakthrough cases. But then they were like, oh, 1 in 100, which, hold on, let me do some math here. I think I can do this math quickly. Hold on. We're really testing. Yeah, I don't have a college degree. I'm 8 units shy, and maybe this is why. No good at the mathematics. But 1 out of 100, obviously 1%, right? So 4 million, well, we should be able to do this in my head. Why am I doing it on a calculator? 40,000 people had breakthrough infections out of the 40 million. Or the 4 million. Right? Yes, 1%. So there you go. 40,000 breakthrough cases out of the 4 million that were tested in between January and August. So again, jumping the gun, saying like, oh yeah, 1 in 5,000. But then as more data comes in, much more horrible numbers. The early public health messaging and the new reality of increased breakthroughs, infections, may have undermined confidence in vaccines and affected booster uptake, Pecotz said. Quote, "You'd have thought that anybody who got the vaccine would line up for the booster as well," he said, "but we're seeing across the country booster rates are much lower than the initial vaccination rates." Yeah, if you tell people that they're going to not get COVID when you get vaccinated, and then they all get vaccinated, and a bunch of people get infected anyway, yeah, you're not going to have a bunch of people lining up for a booster. Okay, Basil said he can come back in a sec. All right, good. Let's wait for him. COVID-19 boosters have been authorized for adults since November, but CDC data shows fewer than 50% of eligible Americans have received their first booster. Mitchell, who completed his primary vaccine series last May, said he delayed getting boosted after his bout with COVID-19 because he wasn't convinced more vaccine would protect him. Yeah. Good job, Big Pharma. You guys overplayed your hand. Quote, "I still don't know how good or effective the vaccines are," he said. "I have friends who are boosted and had a much worse experience with COVID-19 than I did. Studies show, however, the three words that every mainstream outlet has to publish to push back on any of the narratives that they have to report. Studies show, however, that boosters are highly protective against serious disease. Beep, blop, blop. Give me my money for saying those words." A CDC study published in January found that during the Delta and Omicron waves, a booster was 94% effective against emergency department visits and 90% against emergency department visits. See, we've gone through this. I guess we don't have to go through, but every single one of these points has, details and variables and a rabbit trail worth going down because, 94% effective against emergency department visits. How do they even measure that? Like, these people, 94% of people didn't have to go to emergency department visits. Therefore, we're going to say that it was the vaccine itself was 94% effective. Or, there are so many other variables that aren't considered with something like this. But anyway, I expect too much from these institutions. And 82% effective against urgent care encounters. Okay. The researchers also found a third dose was up to 94% effective against preventing hospitalizations. Okay, so hospitalizations, emergency department visits, and urgent care encounters as three separate categories. But they have to, kind of finagle the data to make it sound good. Quote, it's really clear that boosters expand how broad your immunity is, Pecotz said. Vaccines combined with infection gives you an even stronger protection. Yes, we heard this as well. That if you have the vaccines and you still get COVID, you are a superhuman. Now you have super antibodies against the virus. In fact, let me have some of your DNA that we can give to the rest of the population so we can all have this amazing protective DNA gene, whatever, in your body. Another CDC study published Tuesday found a booster dose was more than 57% effective against hospitalization after reinfection during the Delta wave and nearly 68% effective during the Omicron wave. BA2 subvariant of Omicron made up more than 85% of new coronavirus cases last week, CDC data shows. Okay, Basil's ready to come back. Let me get Basil back on. Let me just bring him back in so we can find out more what happened, and then we can continue on with the show here. Here he is. Is it him? Is it really him?
I have returned.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's back.
Yeah, I'm back. How you doing? I'm sorry, I'm a little out of breath.
Sure.
Been traversing the interweb highway.
Yeah, we were just wrapping up this USA Today story about how, people need to change they need a reset on their expectations about what the vaccine does. And, just admitting that they overplayed their hand about how effective the vaccines are early on, all that kind of fun stuff that the mainstream like to do.
And there's reassessing our expectations on how reliably Basil's internet will keep him on the internet.
Klaus was right. The cyber pandemic is way worse than the COVID pandemic. At least in COVID, you can get on the internet. Cyber pandemic, you can't even hop online, bro.
I've been hit, man. I've been hit by the cyber pandemic.
So what happened? Did Klaus come to your door, and was he in a dragon outfit or something? And
a dragon outfit?
Yeah,
wow,
Klaus.
I really did miss a lot of the show. See, that's kind of how this show works. You miss a half of an episode, and you're left out of the Klaus in a dragon outfit.
Well, there was no
jokes.
reference to that while you were gone, but just when
I know you're saying that to make me feel better.
When I start rambling about this stuff,
time is a circling ringed elephant. Sorry, hold on. I'm getting my bearings still. I'm getting up this story. I'm on a super low key, like interdimensional sort of underground punk rock internet service, and there's a lot of benefits to that. But as we're finding out, there are also some pretty punk rock not benefits to that.
Some drawbacks of being a rogue
drawbacks.
internet user.
That's right. The good news is I have like the CEO's phone number in my phone. So when my internet doesn't work in the middle of a show, I get prime customer service, baby. And it's still not perfect. He was very part of what took so long was there was like a professional pride in making sure I had the best possible speeds, and he would not let me go until we had hit like maximum internet reliability. We did not hit that, but it is certainly better than it was. So, did you read through the whole story?
The whole story. What's interesting to me is that you don't have an internet service provider. You have an internet service guy.
I have a guy who connects me to the internet. And there's, a lot of good things about my guy. He's a great guy, and he's very good at internet. And
he's a great guy, good guy, fantastic guy.
Tremendous guy.
Tremendously knowledgeable in the internet things.
But much like Truth Social, it's kind of turning out to promise a little bit more than it can deliver. But we're doing okay. All right. So, yes, change your expectations, everybody, across the board.
Yeah,
on the note of changing your expectations, just because it's, a fun personal anecdote, have you been to any restaurants recently, Gonzo?
Fairly recently, yeah. Why?
How many restaurants do you go to on a regular basis?
We have kind of like our one a week kind of thing going on, yeah? Why?
You notice that everything post-COVID is bad. The food is bad. The service is bad. Everything is bad. We need to change our expectations, Gonz, across the board.
Well, I didn't have too high of expectations prior to the pandemic, so it's
the internet is bad.
Yeah, true, but people are just catching up to my level of
your low expectations.
My level of low expectations. Yeah. So welcome to the club, everybody.
We are all grumpy Gonz.
The age of pessimism is here, and I can finally reign king of it.
Okay. Well, the good news, Gonz. Yeah. The good news is on the file for the podcast version of the show, you'll get to hear like an hour and a half of me just chatting with my internet guy.
You didn't turn off your audition?
No, I kept it going because I didn't think it was going to be that long. So I'm like, I'll just keep it going, and it'll be like a 10-minute cutout thing. No, so you can hear me talking to my punk rock underground internet wizard man.
It's funny too. The YouTubers don't know that Basil has returned. We've already cut them off.
What do you mean you don't know?
We've cut them off already. Yeah.
Oh, they're gone.
They're gone. Yeah.
YouTubers. I'm so sorry. I missed you.
I know. But it's a great reason to be finding us now after the fact. To check in on us.
No, it is. It is great because honestly, the YouTubers are the ones that don't like me very much, anyways. Not very sad about missing out on them, and they're probably just fine that I cut out that early in the show.
Yeah. Well, let's cover a couple more of these stories here. We got the
sure. I mean, we could just chat now. I'm totally outside of show mode now, so like I could just sit here and chat all day if you want.
Okay. but we are still doing a show. So
that was a test. That was a test, and you failed.
No, I did not fail.
Right.
I was gently trying to draw you back in. Okay, yeah.
Independent.co.uk. What is Omicron Z? Symptoms of the new COVID variant has hundreds of cases found in UK.
You know
what
how
is it, Gonz?
You know how you apologized that you thought they were going to skip G as part of the naming.
Yeah.
You know, you're not like 100% wrong, because it is an offshoot of Omicron, whereas Omicron wasn't. It wasn't just an offshoot of Delta, was it? Or was it?
No.
It's completely different, right?
See, that's the weird thing about this whole thing, because and it's not even a new name for BA2.
Right.
So in the US, we're still talking about BA2. So you had now they kind of call it alpha or wild type
Right.
COVID-19, which is the first one. Then Delta, which was a whole big thing, and Omicron came around. But now we're talking about BA2 and G. And yeah, G is a mix of Omicron and Omicron, which is like, guys.
It's Baba. BA1, BA2. Baba.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't think, it's just all marketing, man. It makes no sense. There's no reason for it. It's complete nonsense.
I would love to be in those boardroom meetings, though, to come up with the names. We would have much fun.
I doubt it's even a boardroom, honestly.
Oh,
I don't think it's a boardroom.
You think it's a satanic
it's
ritual?
Two guys. Okay. I think it's two guys. They sacrifice a goat, and then they just kind of figure it out and let everybody else know. But you have to read this article. I don't have the paid version of Independent.
It says here, a new subvariant of Omicron has been found in UK as the country battles a renewed surge of the coronavirus. The Office for National Statistics, ONS, said that 4.9 million people in the UK were infected with COVID-19 as of last weekend, a record high during the pandemic. Oh my gosh, we're back at record highs in the UK? The surge...
Yeah. It's okay.
Go ahead. I'm going to let you say
I'm
something.
loopy, man. I'm totally outside of here's the thing. Hold on. Put this story aside, everybody.
Okay, sure.
A part of this whole thing we're doing here, like the run up, the intro, the pre-show, the the intro spiels that both Gonz and I get, that gets us in the zone,
Right.
We're in the zone, in the mode. And I'm gone, baby. I'm not in show mode right now. I'm free.
What's funny too is that you came in and there is a different gear that I have to go into when I'm doing solo, where I'm the only person talking, so I have to go into this different mode where I'm just rambling, and you're walking into that. So I might steamroll you sometimes.
We've got super adrenaline clenched. Amped Gonz, and we've got loosey goosey, not even doing a show, not even in show mode Basil. Yeah, this might be a fun thing to do. Maybe for the next month or so, I'll just come in halfway through.
We'll just thank Klaus. You're like, Klaus was holding me back today, and here I am now. Yeah,
we might as well make it a cyber pandemic, not just a cyber case of G. Anyways, tell me about Z.
Okay, the surge I think that's a typo. The surge in cases is thought to be down to people mixing more freely since COVID restrictions were dropping in the Omicron BA2 subvariant.
Mix, baby.
That sentence didn't make much sense, but okay. But now a further mutation has been detected. And what could be more, that could be more there's a certain point every single variant has been more transmissible. At what point where is it just can't go outside, too transmissible,
less deadly?
I think that's kind of the point.
No, see, it's good. It's we all. Well, see, that's the fun part, because I mean, it's an axiom,
right?
It's an axiom of virology that when it's more transmissible, it's less deadly. So we have kind of if, and this is a big if we started out with the wolf that was COVID, prowling around, looking for grandmas and old people to eat. Yeah, sure, a serpent, that works too. Now we're kind of dealing with not just one big wolf that wants to eat us all, but we have kind of like just a field full of cute little puppies that they're still there, but they're just not very dangerous. But there's more of them for sure.
It's like the bad guy when you beat it just breaks up into like 10 different pieces, and they're each weaker, but they surround you. You know,
the gelatinous ooze. Yeah.
So okay,
right.
Z combines genetic characteristic of the Omicron BA1 and BA2 variants in what is known as recombinant. Ooh. You know what? Where I learned the phrase recombinant is
biology class.
Yes, but in the context of more fringy type, was through Doug Hamp's book, Corrupting the Image, where he talked about recombinant DNA, and that's what CRISPR technology does. It recombines your DNA or genetics with another, it kind of snips out a piece and then recombines it with another piece and things like that. So interesting that they would use that word. I know there's a natural form of this, and that's what CRISPR is based on, but if you
one of the first interviews of an author that we ever did.
Right, that's right. That's right. If you wanted to not get the conspiracy theorists all hyped about the man-made side of things, don't use a word that's in a technology that is becoming more rampant in biology. Recombinant.
Yeah. You know what I love about the Z thing? The G?
What's that?
They are making a huge deal about it, about how scary and how it's going to get us.
Mm-hmm.
But they're like, we found 200 cases. Ooh, 200 cases. Oh my gosh, so transmissible. What has it been, like a month?
Well,
we have 200 cases.
Well, in the UK, it says 637 cases.
Oh,
yeah.
Lock up your kids, man.
This is only a small fraction. Listen to this. This is only a small fraction of cases, with the latest data from the ONS showing that a record 4.9 million currently have coronavirus. 637 out of 4.9 million, and they get a featured article in the. Well, and if only that was the ratio of numbers you needed to be featured in an article, we would be doing very well.
Yeah, I was going to say our download numbers would be really impressive.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. The point. Look, I don't know if you want to actually read through the thing or not.
I don't necessarily have to.
I don't know. It's just more Z stuff. Yeah. But the beautiful thing about this is it's not even about the disease. Mm-mm. Like this isn't for the purposes of this show. This is not about the disease. It's not should we or should we not be afraid of G. That is not what it's about. What it's about is these corporate news entities have nothing else to go on. Mm-hmm. They have, their job is to sow fear, not just for, Illuminati purposes, but because fear sells advertising space. That's how you make a profit. That's how you keep your corporation going. You got to make a big deal about something so somebody clicks, and then you get all the advertisement. Independent.uk.co, whatever, is just a massively advertised website. I mean, the whole web page is filled with advertisements and voucher codes and this and that. And it's not so much about G as it is, just come click, come get these ads, baby, come gobble up these ads, you little economic cogs in this giant machine.
Yeah.
And so when you see things like this, it's not necessarily that the news is important. It's getting you to click on the link is important. And that's another great thing about shows like this, but including our show most of all, don't ever forget that, is that you don't have to click on the link. You don't got to click on it, and you don't need to give them your little advertising eyeballs. And that's has a lot to do with the entire system, and part of the system that we're trying to sort of implode with this show, which is don't worry about it. Don't give them your eyeballs. Don't give them your advertising. We don't take advertising. We have no need to be alarmist about things like G, even though I was wrong about it. And
no, you weren't entirely wrong. It's not
in a way I was right. In a way, I was right.
You
by
can
even
spin it. Hey, if the mainstream can spin things the way they do, we can absolutely spin the narrative for you.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, I'm off the rails, so you need to take control of this.
Well, Reuters had a headline here. Shanghai reports 3 deaths among COVID patients on April 17th.
April says yesterday.
Yeah,
wow, 3 deaths yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. More people die from Xi, the man, on a daily basis than they do from the disease.
Yeah, the disease that's part of this pandemic.
Yeah, Xi Jinping is the real pandemic.
There's one thing here in this article. It's really not that important, other than the atrocities taking place in China. All the videos. I don't know how real a lot of those are. I don't know if you've seen any of them, Basil, but they're showing like people getting arrested by people not arrested, but just taken away.
That is a great psyop. Yeah, how have we not played those clips? Yeah, if you haven't seen it, I'm sure you have. But if you haven't seen it, for those who haven't, it's just a tidal wave of videos coming out of China of police who are not dressed up in police uniforms.
No, they're just in their white coat.
Right. I mean, the police uniform is dehumanizing enough. It kind of represents, a force rather than an actual
militant
person.
Force, yeah.
Yeah, like something bigger, like a principality, really. A uniform makes you an extension of an authority. They are just in full-on bunny suits, like full
hazmat, like white hazmat style. Yeah.
Right. Masks,
faces
goggles,
covered.
everything. They're barely human beings.
Yeah.
I mean, recognizably human beings. And they are taking people away. They're busting into apartments. They're dragging people away on the street. And every single one of these people is putting up a fight. Like nobody's just like, oh, you got me.
Right.
Let's go. And even when they do sort of, acquiesce or like don't want to fight, these little lab bunnies that have police written on the back of them are roughing these people up so much. It is a psyop to the maximum degree of just like, we are powerful. It is in the name of science. We're dressed up like scientists.
This is the military operation of the scientific dictatorship. It is unreal to see unfold. Yeah.
Where a police uniform or a military uniform is meant to represent that human person, that form, as an extension of power, of violence. Mostly, it's a police uniform is a signal of I am sort of the representative of government violence, and I am here to do my
carry
job,
out my duty as a pawn in the
I'm not
machine.
me. I'm not Bill from Massachusetts. I am police, and I am here to, authoritize.
Enforce. Yeah.
But with coming out of China, you see these videos, and they're all dressed up in their bunny suits, their science suits, their hazmat suits, and they are police. They're not police. They're full-on police. But the message being sent in the psyop is over and over and over. Look, the authority of science is here to beat you up in front of your family and pull you away. And the sort of psychological messaging is going back like a year and a half to science is the monopoly on violence. Science it's no longer necessarily the law. I mean, it's enforced by the law, but it's not just about civic peace or civic cohesion. It's about science. And what's so difficult about that is the science has been deconstructed so much over the past 6 months to a year as things have sort of fallen apart, that it is establishing an enforcement of the science at the same time that everybody knows that the emperor is wearing no clothes. You know what I mean?
Right. Like they have to do the hard line lockdown, all the theatrics, because the reality is that they're out of power. They don't have any more power, so they have to flex.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. everybody knows that the science does not hold the power. And so to sort of as an image, as a symbol, as a sigil, as a ritual, as an illusion, conjuring an illusion that the science itself holds the power. They have all these police in these little science outfits. And it's pretty brutal, man. I mean, nobody that those science police come in contact with leave without a couple bruises.
Oh, at the very least, yeah. I mean, if they can even have their livelihoods back, I mean, I'm sure most of these people get
I mean, who knows? Who knows how many
canceled.
of these? Yeah, who knows how many of these people ever? It's like being scientifically black bagged.
Yeah,
just disappeared.
Yeah, I mean,
weird, man.
If you think about all the dystopian imagery in the world, China really leading the way with the horrible footage coming out.
Well, and they always have.
Right.
But remember what it really kind of reminds me of is remember the surge squads?
Yeah.
They were talking about like, we'll have surges. And we will have, squads of civic volunteers roaming the neighborhoods when there's a surge. And they will, check on you to make sure that you're not being surged upon. And if you are a surge, or if you are a unit of surge, they will purge you. The surge purge.
This is a great opportunity, too, to create some sort of vigilante superhuman, for the people kind of the guy that can come into one of these situations. And, imagine that video footage, some genetically modified Chinese dude fighting for the rights of the people. And he takes out like 50 of these white suited people. And it's like, whoa, what do they got going on over there? And then the U.S. will be like, give us some of that juice right there.
I mean, it astounds me all the time that there's like, we watch Star Wars.
Right.
And the bad guys are in identical white suits. And they just beat people up for no reason. And we're just literally watching it in real life.
I wonder, do you think Star Wars is banned in China? Because they ban a lot of stuff.
Question. That seems like an easily Googleable.
Yeah, that would make sense, though. It's like, hey, look, we're building the stormtroopers, okay? Star Wars is bad PR for our stormtroopers.
Yeah, but to be fair about it, we got our own stormtroopers over here.
Yes, we do. You're absolutely right about that. Yep.
All right. What were we talking about?
Yeah, we're trying to talk about COVID. The one thing, let me mention something about this. Shanghai reports 3 deaths among COVID patients on April 17th. The thing that stood out to me was this sentence here. The city has conducted more than 200 million nucleic acid tests since March 10th in a bid to curb China's biggest COVID-19 outbreak since the coronavirus was first discovered in Wuhan in late 2019. 200 million nucleic acid tests. I don't know enough about all this to know if this is similar to PCR, completely different from PCR. I mean, sounds like a completely different kind of test, and I don't know what a nucleic acid test involves. I know nucleic acid is something I learned about when I was learning about DNA. So, I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because PCR is supposed to be like some sort of DNA test. So the nucleic acid test being also,
the naturally occurring chemical
DNA-based test.
Yeah, compounds that serve as primary information-carrying molecules in cells and make up the genetic material. So, yeah.
This is coming from CDC, cdc.gov, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, nucleic acid amplification test.
Carry it for a moment here. I got kids.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, nucleic acid amplification tests. They call them NAATs, N-A-A-T-S, which sounds a lot like PCR. We know that the PCR test amplifies genetic material, and so it sounds similar. Perhaps it's just yep, okay. It seems to be simply a new name for the PCR test. NAAT, NAATs, can use many different methods to amplify nucleic acids and detect the virus, including, but not limited to, reverse transcription polymerase chain reaction. That's the PCR test. So the PCR test is a nucleic acid test. There's also isothermal amplification, including, and it has a few things here. So you missed the punchline, Gonz.
What's the punchline?
You ready?
Yep.
From CDC. NAATS, N-A-A-T-S, that's the nucleic acid amplification test, can use many different methods to amplify nucleic acids and detect the virus, including, but not limited to, reverse transcription polymerase chain reaction. That's a PCR test. It's just a different name for a PCR test.
Wow. Okay, so there we go.
Uh-huh. So they are, again, back to the fact that the science has lost its credibility as just as science. Like the science,
especially the media is reporting on the science. That the science,
sure, right. Well, it's not. I mean, the science is the science.
Right.
We're talking about the quote unquote science talked about on the news, and the quote unquote science used to make policy.
Right.
And the PCR, slower than we would have anticipated, the truth has come out about its issues, and no longer being the gold standard. Hasn't been for about a year, but the news has not caught up with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, now calling it these nucleic acid tests, it's literally just a rebranding of a PCR test.
Well, they already know. Yeah, they lost the battle with the PCR test, so they got, I guess, maneuver around it and change it to something else. So we'll keep an eye out for that. In the US.
Totally. You mean the terminology?
Yeah, the terminology, nucleic acid test, to see if they replace the PCR with that phrase.
There are a couple other types of nucleic acid tests. Some that don't, I don't know, like a lot of big sciencey words, but one of them is a CRISPR test, clustered regularly interspaced short palindrome repeats, CRISPR. So, and we do know that they have CRISPR is being used in sort of trying to create a new gold standard for COVID testing, but I don't know. Again, using this nucleic acid test term is really, really broad. Like it's so unspecific that they're obviously trying to obfuscate something.
Right. Yeah. Couple other COVID updates. Whoa, updates. ABC10.com, July 1st, 2023. Now soonest California could implement the school vaccine mandate, which is interesting. ABC, of course.
Soonest.
Yeah. keep your hopes alive, guys. July 1st, 2023, we can still get that school vaccine mandate in there. It's just a little setback. It's going to take another year, but we're going to do it.
Wait a little longer.
It's just funny how ABC News frames it, whereas other news outlets framed it as like, LA school board backing off mandates,
win for freedom.
Right, and win for freedom, that kind of thing. So anyway, that's just the note there. We don't have to get into it.
Also, so wait, when is the date these Californians can expect?
July 1st, 2023 is the soonest California can implement school vaccine mandates.
Oh, that's interesting. I would be curious to know what their reasoning is for that, because 2023, I think it was July 2023, was the actual end to the mRNA, vaccine official testing schedule.
Right.
Like they're technically still experimental. Like the experiment, the testing of it, even though they can give it to the public with an emergency use authorization, the official testing doesn't end until 2023.
Okay.
So maybe that's why we can't do it before it. You got to wait for, the experiment to end to see if you can do it or not.
Don't worry, guys. We're still on track to get this mandate in place. Keep your children safe.
We're working on it. We just got to actually do the science. This is an interesting part of it, though. Governor Gavin Newsom has said the state will eventually require all California school children to be vaccinated against the coronavirus. He hasn't done it yet because while federal regulators have authorized the vaccine for use on children in an emergency, they have not yet given it final approval. Once that happens, Newsom says, and remember, over and over and over, we are hearing FDA gives approval to Pfizer's vaccine. FDA gives approval to Moderna's vaccine. We got the official approval. Remember that phase?
Yeah. What happened to that?
Well, exactly. And but they still wouldn't. The vaccines that were being given were still under the emergency use authorization, and they would never admit say why. They would never say why they wouldn't, because that's one of the whole things with keeping the emergency going, is because the public health emergency that was just renewed by the Biden administration. One of the reasons that they can't let that go is because once they call it not an emergency, once it's not a public health emergency, they can't give the vaccine out.
Yeah.
Because the testing doesn't end until 2023.
It's a very popular model with these elites. It's like, if you don't have the emergency, you can't roll out the policies and laws that allows us to control people, and we need the problem to persist.
They need the terrorists
are coming. Clue. We need to lock down all airports and make people go through.
That is the clue. That the public emergency will not end until July 2023. I mean, that's it right there. They're just telling us.
Yeah. So I think, Basil, you and I discussed this briefly right before the episode, before you got cyber-pandemicked. I think we're going to start seeing a shift from, just COVID, like covering COVID, to more covering the after effects of COVID, and specifically being the mRNA vaccine and the mRNA technology, because there are a couple stories to highlight here in that regard. One is from thetimes.co.uk, and the headline here is COVID vaccine technology could create first cure for heart attacks. The very thing we cause with our vaccines, we can cure with our vaccines. But it's interesting.
Cure for heart attacks. What does that even mean?
I don't know, but it says here,
broad.
Damaged hearts are being regenerated using the same technology as COVID vaccines in an effort to develop the world's first cure for heart attack victims. Scientists at King's College London have identified key genetic codes called mRNAs, which produce proteins that simulate the creation of healthy new heart cells. These mRNAs can be delivered directly to the heart muscles following a heart attack by deploying the same technology as the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. This groundbreaking research has also identified proteins that could be injected into heart attack patients in the back of an ambulance to prevent heart cells dying. About 100,000 people are... Okay, more stuff on that. So anyway, there you go. Yeah. That's one.
mRNA will solve heart attacks.
Because... not just the technology, but the process that the mRNA vaccines are causing to have myocarditis, heart inflammation, is likely the same methodology.
Right.
They are spinning what happens to your heart when you take this thing in terms of cell generation, and they're calling it, it's a cure for heart attacks.
A hilarious comparison is, what is it called? Homeopathy. You know about homeopathy?
I know a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so homeopathy, the general idea behind homeopathy is, if you want to, look, I don't know if this is actually one of them. This is an example of theoretically how homeopathy works. If you want to cure a cold with homeopathy, you take a cold virus, put it in some water, and then you dilute it over and 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 over again. So you, in theory, have like a piece of a cold virus that's so small and so tiny and so diluted in this big thing that when your body takes it, sort of the essence of the cold virus is still held within the water molecules.
It's kind of like giving babies or young children, if they have some allergies to something. I think
kind of the
methods.
General idea, but it extends sort of past the known reality of the situation. But that's kind of like how homeopathy works. There's technically no discernible amount of the whatever it's supposed to be. They do it for flu a lot. Like if you go to the flu aisle at CVS or whatever, they'll have like homeopathic flu medication. But it's basically just water. Like there's nothing in there.
Right.
But that's kind of like what it is here. They're like, oh yes, well, if mRNA hurts you, then we will just give you more essence of mRNA, and it will cure you from what the mRNA did.
Well, I don't know. Well, it's kind of funny because, again, myocarditis and inflammation of the heart is part of one of the big concerns coming from a lot of these vaccines. And I think that's part of the reason why Taylor Hawking passed away. Some theories about that. The drummer from Foo Fighters who passed away with the overgrown heart was all anti-vax for all his career, and then all of a sudden he takes a vaccine because of the Foo Fighters and complains about chest pains and he dies, and very strange. I'm sure it had nothing to do with the vaccine, but but the same methodology again. It's like if they were to spin that. And once, the scientists learn, like, oh, no, anybody who takes the vaccine, the mRNA is, like, generating way too many cells. It's like the heart is just expanding too much, Like, how do we flip that? And it's, to put it in this context, it'll help cure heart attacks by replicating new healthy heart cells. It's so nefarious, man. It's like, what? Okay.
Well, and you talk about the meta narrative about big pharma. I mean, you don't even have to be an anti-vaxxer. You don't have to be whatever. I mean, it's a pretty well-known, well-established, well-accepted just aspect. It's not even a conspiracy. It's just like an aspect of the pharma industry that, they don't want to cure you. Right. Many of the medications cause other problems, but don't worry because we've got a medication for that as well. We're going to manage your symptoms to the end of your life.
No, they want lifelong customers is what they want. They're not interested in your general health.
Yeah. And to what you're saying isn't actually crazy. Like you're not saying a really crazy conspiratorial thing. You're just
reading what they say.
You're applying what their current business model is to the new
narrative
market.
Yeah,
and then you'll take your anti-heart attack mRNA, which will cause some sort of issue with your liver, and then they'll have an anti-liver problem.
You'll get cancer,
mRNA.
but you're in luck, Mr. Basil Man, because according to Yahoo Fox News, promising cancer vaccine in the works utilizing similar mRNA technology that combats COVID. Duke researcher says, I don't trust anyone from Duke, them Blue Devils. COVID-19 vaccine.
The fun part about both of those coming out at the same time is, everybody's got their vaccine and they're having heart problems, but don't worry, we got that heart problem mRNA. Somebody will be like, hey, but that heart problem mRNA causes cancer. And they just already are like, yeah, we know, but we've got our anti-cancer mRNA thing. You're going to be fine, man. We got you covered, bro.
This mRNA is this is the elixir of life, the way things are looking.
Weird.
Man.
Weird how that works. So profitable, too.
Yeah, Duke researchers find potential in a cancer vaccine based on the same messenger RNA, mRNA technology used by COVID-19 vaccines to combat a type of breast cancer that overexpresses a protein called HER2, or HER2, according to a recent Fox 8 report. Quote, it is a product which is RNA nucleic acid, which encodes a specific protein, and then that can be encapsulated in something like in something we like to call a lipid nanoparticle, which is really a little.
Call it.
Yeah, we like to call it.
Which is really to call it. What is it supposed? Like, what do you mean?
To be called?
What do you call it that? Because you don't like to call it something else. That's kind of weird. Okay.
We call it a lipid nanoparticle, but it is actually a part of the Nephilim penguin genetic nanobot sequence.
The serpent seed Nephilim transformation elixir.
It is a serpent baby inside of his little genetic vehicles, which is really a little fat bubble. And that can be injected into your body and sort of teaches your body what to go after immunologically, said Dr. Zachary Hartman.
My body's got enough fat bubbles as it is.
We don't need your fat bubbles, scientists.
They've also got a weight loss mRNA after they give you their fat bubbles.
Oh, man. All right. Well, I mean, yeah. Okay, there you go. We don't have to get into the details here, but the point is that, yeah, they have the cancer mRNA ready. They got the heart attack cancer ready. What are the two biggest killers out there? Isn't it heart disease and cancer, right?
Those two are on the list.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
It's got to be in the
at the top
5.
of the list.
Yeah. So mRNA is going to cure all that. Hey, keep investing in our company. We have more products on the way.
Yikes! What company is this?
I don't know that they said. Hold on, scientists. I don't think there's a.
We got researchers. Yeah, so it's not like a product being available yet.
Or maybe this is the call out to the labs to show their
Duke
stuff.
University, right? This is the sales pitch.
It's a sales pitch to the market. Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, Duke University is all over this. Duke University. Yep. Well, it sounds like Duke University is going to get a big donation from Moderna here coming up soon.
Yeah. The Blue Devils working with the other Devils.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, that's all I got for COVID. You got anything else?
We're
so off course with everything today, but it's okay. You know, it's just one of those days.
That's all right. Hey, it's good to know that you're behind schedule even when I'm not here most of the show. So.
Well, you know what happened?
It's not all my fault.
Well, because I didn't know if you were going to come back, so I pulled an Audible and I skipped the FLIPPY update and the PHARMAKEIA, and then I went back and did it because I didn't know. I just want to cover everything.
Wow, you're right. Wow, I came out. I got kicked off the show
during the intro
way early.
Yeah, it was
I didn't
after
even get to do the FLIPPY.
You couldn't even get to FLIPPY. Yeah.
Wow.
Do you want to do FLIPPY? We can. We can get your thoughts on it.
No. We need to keep moving here. But
all right.
No, because you already did it, right?
I already did it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's keep moving. I think.
Take a break.
Loosey goosey
Monday, baby. We're having fun.
Yep. It's me.
This
It's me.
yours.
Oh, this is me. I was like, I finally get a break. No, it's my turn. Okay, yes, this is our second break where we like to thank our producers who came in with their talent. We completely appreciate all the people coming in with their treasure, but there's a whole nother aspect to the show, and that is people coming in with their talent to produce the show. And we consider Canary Cry News Talk to be a place for therapeutic reflection of our troubling world, and we encourage producers to reflect on all that's happening through art, music, jingles, ISOs, any kind of artistic medium. And that, provides a context to the show that helps all of us process what's happening with some laughter, process all this that's happening together. And we'd like to share it here because we think it's important. We think it's part of what makes Canary Cry News Talk valuable to people. And it is part of the value for value model. And so we're going to start things off with the audio production.
Audio production.
Oh, you know what I forgot to do is a speak pipe earlier. That's one thing we forgot to do. Well, I think there was only one, so we can do it later. But right now we're thanking our audio producer, one single lyre, because Psalm 40 came in with a couple. Well, it's one piece, but I think there was a couple different versions. There's like a long and short version. And you know what? Sure. He's not the only one. No, we also had Jonathan F. You're right. Sorry,
yes, okay,
I am not reading my own document correctly. Psalm 40 has a note. He says, "Hey guys, I hope you both had an inspirational resurrection day. I sure did." And here's a little note here. I think it's worth reading. It's fine. My pastor brought something to my attention today that I had never considered. The criminal Barabbas, whose name means son of a father, was convicted and sentenced to death. His judgment was set in stone, and there was no saving him. Then the Christ shows up and literally takes his place and his sentencing. My pastor said it was likely Barabbas's cronies who hung on either side of Christ. So The place where Christ, the Son of God, was killed was, in every way, belonged to Barabbas, the son of men. I just thought that was a beautiful articulation of what this day should mean to us. The depth of God's imagination, humor, the way he works is absolutely mind-blowing, and I love it, and I just want to bask in it for a sec. Anyway, this week I present to you the book of Jonah, part 1. This is really one of my favorite prophets. I can relate to his eagerness to leave Earth. The confidence he has in his salvation is inspiring. God bless and enjoy. And we'll play the full track at the end of the show, but here, just so you guys get a little bit of a flavor here.
The word of the Lord came to Jonah and said, "Arise, go to Nineveh and call out against it, for their evil continues to rise." But Jonah fled from the presence of the Lord. He found a ship and paid the fare to go with them. But the Lord hurled a great storm upon the sea, so that the ship would break. The sailors were afraid, and each one cried out to his own God.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice.
Very good. Yep. We'll put a little thing at the end of the show. Yep. What's up?
You know, it's fun. The Easter episode of Ravel just popped yesterday. And so you can go check out Ravel on Apple Podcasts and the rest of your podcast players. Ravel is a different podcast that I do with Dr. Christopher Ryan Gates, who's a PhD in biblical interpretation. We actually get into the Barabbas conversation.
Oh, cool.
Because it's a big part of the Easter story. Mm-hmm. And did you know, Gonz, just one of many fun facts that you can learn from the podcast episode in the original languages and in the earliest transcriptions we have of that story, Barabbas is actually named Jesus Barabbas. That was his name.
Yes, I knew this. Yeah. One of
so
the
we
fun
go
little nuggets I learned when I was deep in my apologetic studies and reading all those books and stuff. Yeah.
You have factoid. Jesus of Nazareth, who's the son of the Father, the Son of God, being lined up next to Jesus Barabbas, son of the Father. And this makes for a very exciting and complicated Easter story, which you can hear all about by listening to Ravel. We did a wonderful Easter episode called Easter Epiphanies.
That's good. I gave a Ravel pitch earlier, so that adds to it.
Wow. Yeah. Gonz pitching Ravel. I love it.
You should go back and listen to it.
I will.
Yeah. You should listen to Ravel and my pitch of it.
Thank you. Psalm 40 for that wonderful track.
Yep. And moving on, we also have Jonathan F. who came in. Media is talking about Trump and admits to controlling the narrative.
This was good.
Okay, hold on. Let me see here. Oh, what happened? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay, yeah. Media mind control jingle. Here it is.
Trying to undermine the media, that he can actually control exactly what people think, and that is our job.
That is our job. Elon can't come in and control what you think. That's our job, the corporate news media.
So, interestingly, the if I'm not mistaken, that clip is from 2017.
Is it?
Yeah, and Adam Curry from No Agenda last episode was talking about how it went viral, and they all thought it was talking about Elon. But if you actually go into the clip and take a look at it, it was a clip that No Agenda had played 3 different times because over the years it kind of resurfaces as part of part of narration or narrative creating for the alt world kind of thing. So it's an old clip resurfacing.
Cool. Love it. Yeah. Well, it's always been that way, and it's everybody should have heard that clip by now.
Yeah.
I think that's why people are so pumped on it.
I know.
It's more relevant now than ever.
It's not maybe it's not the first time you hear about it. It's the I don't know, 15th time. What do the marketers say? It's like 7 times you got to hear something before you move or act on it or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Jonathan F. also sent us Baby Jingle on a Treetop. There you go.
Okay. I mean, it's fun. Listening to babies laugh is always fun. What is it? Was this in relation to everybody having babies? All the Canary Cry babies?
Probably, yeah. Maybe it's we can play the jingle every time a new Canary Cry baby is added to the family here.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I was gonna say, or anytime your babies come in and become part of the show.
We can't play the jingle every minute of every episode.
I can. Work like I can do whatever I want.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
To the audio producers. Time for some art.
One art, please.
And we're going to start with Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
And Dame Allie comes in. No haiku today from Ebony Blaze, but the title of this is Yatsu, founder and executive chairman of Animoca Brands, who we talked about in, I think it was last episode or maybe the episode before that. He's the guy going up against Facebook's Meta with his own metaverse. He's the one that has he's the mind behind Bored Ape Yacht Club NFTs. You know, those NFTs that cost $250,000. Those JPEGs of monkeys that cost as much as a house. And is also creating a movie with Coinbase, by the way. They announced that a couple days ago, too. So
did not know that.
Oh, he's taking over, man. This whole metaverse play and everything else going on. Keep an eye out for Animoca Brands. And Dame Allie doing the honors.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible. More, I mean, again, I say it every time. It gets better and better and better. More realistic than the time before it. And this time she's even branched off a little bit into some background shading, some lighting, playing with some lighting here. Really incredible. I had no idea what this guy looks like, and now I think I know what he looks like more than he even does. And just the hint of some lizard eyeballs.
I know, it's so subtle. It's almost like, yeah, you see, I think the lizard eye, like the apparentness, it's almost like a measure, you know, it's the Allie meter.
It's in process, right?
It's the Allie meter of the lizard people's.
As the possibilities are still out with this film.
Right. He may turn out to be a good guy for all of us.
He is corruptible, but we'll see what happens.
Well, he's going up against Zuckerberg, so he's playing for the right team now, but you know how that goes over time.
You never know.
Yeah.
Enemy of my enemy. If nothing else, into the future, in the very near future, Allie can be the sort of official Illuminati portraitist.
Yeah, you got a job for life, Allie.
You just start showing people these portraits. You can go take pictures, create art of all these. They'll pay you lots of money, lots of Bitcoin at least.
Yeah, well, something, some snake coin, or maybe some H coin. You hear about that whole thing? H coin with
no.
Is Steve Bannon and the Chinese billionaire that backs him?
Oh, yeah,
they have H coin, and their whole thing is we're taking down the CCP. That's their whole pitch of their crypto. Fun. I think that's an additional story for anybody who's interested in seeing that story. But thank you very much, Dame Allie. Appreciate it. Another great job. Moving on here, we have Sir Dove, Nitroverse Beltia.
One art piece from Dove.
Per usual, 2 pieces on a Monday here. Peace. Hope you guys had a great resurrection weekend. For today's Bible artwork, I did an illustration to accompany Psalm 40's new Jonah track and a piece about the 10 plagues for Passover. Hope you guys like and keep doing what you do, and I'll keep praying for yins. And I'll do the Jonah one first, I guess.
Is this the one with the bricks?
Mm-hmm. I cried out to the Lord.
Ah, yes. So we've got sort of a strange wall built with like a dozen different kind of bricks in the background.
Yeah, kind of like a hodgepodge.
With some teal corrugated steel on the left-hand side. And over that is in incredible custom fonts by Sir Dove is, I cried out to the Lord in my distress, and he answered me. Beautiful. Very inspiring. Remember, you can follow Sir Dove. You know what? I need to get permission from Allie, too, to give out her Instagram.
I was going to say.
But his Instagram is in, not of, starting with underscores and ending with underscores in between the words. It's kind of hard to say out loud. Not sure how to do it yet, but in, not of. Thank you very much.
Underscore in, underscore not, underscore of, underscore.
Yeah, catchy, isn't it?
Yeah. Good job, Sir Dove. Nice one. Couldn't have done at Sir Dove, huh? Was it taken by the Illuminati lizard man? Yeah, it's possible. Thank you very much, Sir Dove. Oh, he also gave us this 10 Plagues one. I really like this one. This one's cool, yeah.
Yeah, it says the 10 plagues in the middle here on sort of a golden background, and it lists the plagues. Well, list is not quite correct. There's a little circle with a sample of the plague surrounding the 10 plagues. Text in the middle. You've got the blood falling, the blood rain. You got a little blood drop with a mean face on it. You got the frogs, sinister looking frogs. You got the gnats, the flies, the pestilence, which is sort of a derpy looking cow, which is always fun. You've got boils, hail, locusts, and darkness and death. That is it. The 10 plagues. Sounds like 2020 to me.
Yeah, well, there are some people who say that the whole coronavirus thing is actually God's judgment. It's not some nefarious thing from a lab.
Someone says
God's, judgment there. So, thank you very much, Sir Dove. Appreciate it. Love the art pieces. Thank you very much. Keep on keeping on with this stuff, especially the New World Order Fantasy League and all the people involved with that. I'm really excited about that. So,
news to come.
Yep. Second to last, we have Miss G Beauty. Grace, she's back, and she has a note here. Hello, Basil and Gonz. Here is an art that I have been creating. It looks a little longer than took a little longer than expected because I got sick. Fun. Hopefully it wasn't coronavirus. Don't think it was. She didn't mention anything.
Yeah, it's not
Anyways, you guys were talking about how the show was turning into a rave due to all the jingles, and I'm not mad about it. Miss G Beauty, not mad about the rave.
Oh, so everybody's stoked on it.
So it's now a rave news show done in pencil crayon and in a style I wouldn't normally try, but thought it fit. Rave News Corps. Have a great show, whether that's Monday or Wednesday. Many blessings, Miss G Beauty.
Thank you very much, Miss G Beauty. And yes, in some beautiful rave purple, yellow, and green, we've got Rave News Corps, which is just a little thing we're working on. It's it got some full, almost like glowing green fire upon a purple background with some gold down at the bottom. Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, and we got one more here from Mr. Jag, and it is a simple piece, usual Mr. Jag style. With the words, he is risen, and one day I'll fly away.
And one day I'll fly away.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, did I lose you?
No. Maybe.
Oh, you're just... Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Jack. There was no note with this, huh?
I don't think so. I don't think there was a note.
Yeah, just some beautiful little calligraphy. It says, he is risen, and one day I'll fly away. Thank you very much, Mr. Jag.
Thank you, Mr. Jag. I'm getting a little interference from your side, I think. I don't know what it is. Kind of like a staticky noise.
Oh, I don't know what that is either. It could be literally anything.
Yeah, it could be anything. And it sounds like your sound gate is either, like, I don't know, you're not getting enough decibel through the gate or something. Some of your words
I
are getting
better
cut
project,
out.
Gonzo.
Yeah, you're a little too loosey goosey, man. I need you to project from the chest.
Oh, he needs me. You hear that, folks? All right. Thank you very much to all of our artists, and it's time for some microfiction. Microfiction
time.
Microfiction.
Now, there has to be a microfiction from Runk Smash. I don't think I've checked in a while.
If there's not, he was a producer. He was a producer for the show, but nothing came in with that. Did you check the Proton Mail?
I am checking right now. I do not see.
I will also check the Proton Mail.
Yes. Yeah, I don't see one from...
Yeah, usually he sends it in with the PayPal if he does PayPal, but I did not see it. So he might be taking a little break, gathering his strength.
That's okay. Yeah.
To come in with a masterpiece.
Right. That's okay, because we do have one from the Sentinel as it being Monday here. So you ready for some Sentinel action here?
I'm ready.
Okay,
I'm ready.
there you go.
The elevator doors slide open. Johnny Cale walks timidly down a dark hallway towards a set of double doors. Every step echoes with greater intensity as he approaches. His hand grasps the cold skull-decorated doorknob. He enters. Timidly approaching the desk at the center of the dark room, a man sits in a chair looking out of the skyscraper window. Rain covers the city. Lightning falls to the ground. Kneel, the man commands, still looking out the window. Master, Johnny Cale says shakily. Janitor Gonz, Johnny Cale stops. Still soft voice inside him warns him to be silent. He what? The man hisses angrily. He wanted to give you this. Johnny Cale places the small package on the man's desk. The man spins around. Johnny Cale looks to the ground. He can hear his master opening the package. Something metal clinks on the desk. For a single moment, there is silence.
What is it? What is it? What's the object?
Something metal, Gonz.
Is it one of? This is my samurai sword.
Ooh.
I would not be happy if that was
pacemaker.
One or the other. Or it's a robot part from somebody.
It could be all sorts of
things. Could be anything. We'll have to find out next week.
Thank you very much, The Sentinel. Always a pleasure on Monday to get the update on the Church of Skaten.
Mm-hmm.
I did find a note from Runk Smash. Did you read the note during his producership?
No, because I think it was under the threshold.
You know what is very strange? No, he came in with 777. But you know what is strange is the email that usually gives us all the info we need did not include the note. I had to go. I had to hack the mainframe to go in and get the note from the back end.
Just so you know, the first break, I just went by what's on here. I think there was a lot missing.
Yeah.
So
it's probably wrong. So apologies, everybody.
Yeah, no, and I kind of realized some of that. So I did my best there, but yes, I did suggest openly that if there is something I missed or completely got wrong, just let us know. We'll make it right in the next episode. Yeah,
in the future, yes, of course.
Given the situation.
Eric, yes, so Runk Smash came in with a pocket full of sevens, and he had a note here that said, no McFic today, this microfiction, just encouragement. And the metaverse is twitching. Here we go. B&G, I get so much from what you do, and it's come in handy for evangelism. So thank you, Canarians. I love you all. Here we go. Thank you very much.
That's why we're here.
Indeed.
All right. Yes, we'll need to really do an update on that sheet there with the financial producers of the show. But in the meantime,
well, that's something because so many people come in during the show. It's an ongoing thing as I'm there, and I wasn't there. So okay, there you go. That's it. Let's go. Let's keep moving. We're done.
It's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
It is wake up time. It is scroll. It is space time.
Whee!
Space.
Wanna go to space?
This is fun. This is coming from the Telegraph. And the headline, broadcasting Earth's location could provoke alien invasion. Oxford scientists warns.
Doxing Earth.
Oh, do not dox the Earth. I mean, I feel like me and this Oxford scientist have something in common. That's why I don't broadcast my location, even to my internet service provider, apparently. So here it goes. NASA's plan, because the aliens could invade, is the same reason. NASA's plan to beam Earth's location into outer space could provoke an alien attack. Oxford scientists.
Aliens?
No, those Oxford scientists are pretty trippy dudes, man.
I feel like it's one Oxford scientist and he gets all the headlines.
They're supposed to be like the elite of the elite of the elite. they're sort of in a sort of magician's coven of their own. These Oxford scientists. Researchers at the U.S. Space Agency have backed a broadcast message dubbed "The Beacon in the Galaxy," intended to, I almost said the bacon in the galaxy.
I wouldn't be mad.
Intended to greet extraterrestrial intelligences.
That'd be a
It is
funny
an
typo
updated form. Yeah.
to the
It is an
aliens.
updated form of the Arecibo message, broadcast in 1974 for the same purpose. Improvements in digital technology mean that more information can now be broadcast. The proposed new message includes basic mathematical and physical concepts to establish a universal means of communication, followed by information on the biochemical position of life on Earth, composition, rather. It also includes the solar system's location relative to major clusters of stars, along with digitized depictions of the solar system itself. Earth's
Are they admitting
surface.
that space is all digital?
Ooh, the holographic.
What if we go out
universe.
into space and the further we go out, we just appear in the internet?
The more pixelized,
The more pixelized it becomes, like
polygonal we look.
Yeah, and then we just appear in some metaverse.
Graphics are horrible all the way out here. Earth's surface and male and female humans. Oh,
yeah, they
bigoted
are
scientists.
They need to be
Just
canceled.
adding male and female humans.
Nah, horrible. Get with the
canceled.
times.
You're canceled, Oxford. The message concludes with an invitation for intelligences to respond. But Anders Sandberg.
Anders Sandberg. I haven't heard of him in a long time. He's part of Oxford now? I thought he was from like Sweden. He's
Where
a
did
transhuman.
you learn of this man?
He's a transhumanist.
Yes. I don't know. I'm just agreeing with you.
No, Anders
but,
Sandberg is like a big time transhumanist. He had a documentary about like living forever and hold on. Look, keep reading. I'll look him up.
He's scared of aliens, apparently.
Okay.
But Anders Sandberg, a senior research fellow at Oxford's Future of Humanity Institute, FHI, warned that sharing such information with intelligent life presented a risk that must be considered. Dr. Sandberg told The Telegraph that although the chance of the message reaching an alien civilization was low, quote, it was such a high impact that you actually need to take it rather seriously. He said that the giggle factor surrounding the search for extraterrestrial intelligence meant that many people just refused to take anything related to it seriously, which is a shame because this is important stuff, Gonz. It's not a joke. It's not a giggle factor. Overall,
Sorry, that makes me giggle.
Dr. Sandberg, both the risk and the potential benefit were small, given the difficulty of traversing vast spans of interstellar space. A message received even by a very advanced civilization might amount to little beyond, as Dr. Sandberg put it, a postcard saying, "Wish you were here." The Arecibo message is one of several broadcasts, including some advertisements already sent by humans into space. We're sending ads into space, guys.
I told you, it's the whole
advertising to the aliens.
It's the Z. It's part of the Z thing where you can advertise on SpaceX.
Yeah, it's different. It's a different thing, but this was we're advertising our male and female forms. Quote, the poor aliens might already be getting various messages sent for all sorts of reasons, said Dr. Sandberg. A better approach than individual groups firing off ad hoc missives, said Dr. Sandberg suggested, would be humanity coordinating as a species. Quote, we're not great at coordinating, but I think it's a nice exercise, he said. Toby Ord, Dr. Sandberg's colleague at FHI, made similar arguments in The Precipice, a book published in 2020, which he analyzed existential risks facing humanity. Dr. Ord suggested that it might be wise to have public discussion before sending messages to aliens, pointing out that, quote, even passive SETI, listening for the messages, could hold dangers as the message could be designed to entrap us. Ooh. Quote, these dangers are small, but poorly understood and well managed. The downside could be much bigger. Gonz, gonna say?
Oh no! When you get really quiet, you're not cutting through that sound gate, man. I don't know.
That is very strange, man. That is very strange. Well, luckily the podcast listeners will get it all. Overall, wrote Dr. Ord, the main relevant question is the ratio of peaceful to hostile civilizations. We have very little evidence about whether this is high or low, and there is no scientific consensus.
Is there any evidence for anything?
For as far as aliens?
Yeah.
Not as far as these guys are concerned. Given the downside could be much bigger. So it takes about 8 paragraphs for them to repeat the idea that there could be downsides, but we don't know. But I think you guys get the point. Scientists, including Stephen Hawking, have in the past warned that these messages could be risky. In a documentary released in 2010, Professor Hawking pointed out that on Earth, interactions between civilizations on different levels of technological advancement tend not to work out very well for the lesser advanced group. Quote, "We only have to look at ourselves to see how intelligent life might develop into something we wouldn't want to meet."
Oh my gosh.
Professor Hawking said, citing the arrival
views about humanity right there.
Citing the arrival of Europeans, Gonz, in the Americas. These aliens will be as the white man.
Yeah, it's, of course. Yes, that makes
scenario.
It makes all the sense in the world.
White aliens would be the worst possible thing.
We're made by the aliens.
We're made by the white ones.
So it continues. You know what? These alien scientists, they got a cushy gig, man. Well, they don't need any evidence. They don't need anything.
I find it interesting that Anders Sanders is mentioned here because Anders Sanders is, or was maybe, part of the Future of Humanity Institute. Let's see. There was where was my little bio on him that I had? So he is definitely from Sweden, and he was a PhD of computational neuroscience from Stockholm University, and he worked on neural network modeling of human memory. And he was featured in a transhuman documentary where he was like straight up. I wish I had the clips because he was straight up like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna upload my mind to the cloud." Oh yeah, we're gonna live forever. Like we're gonna do that. Like this guy was super amped about all that. And
interesting how he's afraid of the aliens.
He's afraid of the aliens.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got too excited.
I think it's a pretty good business model, Gonz. All you really need is a big antenna. Like if we could get a big antenna and you just get a website, and for $100, we'll just shoot whatever you want into space for the aliens to hear. We could shoot this podcast.
We could. Are we going to use that big slingshot thing that NASA's using that can hurl things 5,000 miles per hour towards the firmament?
No, that's how we're going to deliver the supply drop.
We need a contract with NASA to use that thing.
It's actually not that expensive to get an antenna that could at least, shoot some signals out into space. I don't know how strong they'll be by the time they get to the aliens, but it's a totally doable endeavor. We could shoot this podcast. Maybe they'll produce the show with their glorblats, their galactic credits.
Yeah. So Anders Sandberg here in this transhuman wiki, he's mentioned as a science debater, futurist, transhumanist, and author. And he was chairman of the Swedish Transhumanist Association. He was also the co-founder of and writer for the think tank Eudoxa. And here's what's interesting. His other interests include physics, astronomy, biomedicine, mage, the ascension, psychology, complexity, theory. What the heck is that? Like physics, astronomy, biomedicine, mage, the ascension. Psychology.
Mage, like MAGE?
Yeah, mage, the ascension.
You're putting a weird sort of on that. Is it mage? Like a magician?
That's what I think. MAGE.
Yeah.
How do you pronounce MAGE? Mage, right?
Mage.
Yeah. Mage.
Yeah. Mage. Not mage. Mage. Mage.
Okay. But it's just weird how
email Gonz.
Everything else is theory.
Yeah, it's like a joke. What is that though? What is Mage the Ascension? Let's look at that.
Let's look it up. Let me do a quick Google-a-goo.
I bet it's a comic book or a video game or a trading card game. Mage the Ascension. Yeah, there it is right there.
Let's see.
Mage the Ascension. It's a comic book.
Okay. White Wolf
game.
Wiki.
It's a game. Reality is not fixed, but rather a set of agreed-upon assumptions enforced by the collective will of humanity. The sleepers. Mages are those people who recognize that reality is not static and realize that though the application of their will, usually channeled through rituals of others or other similar mystical or scientific practices, reality can be changed.
Oh, of course. Oh, they talk about the technocracy down here. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Game history. There's a rule book.
Oh, there's a lot of this is a whole thing. So
this is a tabletop RPG. What kind of game is this? It looks like a trading card game.
Deep Umbra. Yeah, there's a huge lore behind this whole thing.
Oh, yeah, it's a whole thing.
The Sleepers.
Just tell me what kind of game it is already.
Akashic Brotherhood.
Got all of it. It's got everything.
Interesting. Ooh, the New World Order.
Uh-huh.
The Technocracy, Iteration X, New World Order, Progenitors, Syndicate, Void Engineers. And then you have the Crafts.
It's a role-playing game.
The Hollow Ones.
It's like tabletop role-playing, like
Knights
Dungeons and
Templar.
Dragons.
Yeah. Ooh, the Nefandi.
Who is a nerd. Who knew that the Oxford scientists would be a nerd?
But what's funny is that just the way they listed it, next to physics, astronomy, biomedicine, Mage the Ascension, psychology, complexity theory, art,
it's kind of
science
like quirky,
fiction, role-playing.
like a quirky, charming
Computer
type
graphics,
of bio thing.
AI, cognitive science, Oxford.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. We have something that we haven't had in a few episodes. Nephilim update. Nephilim update. Nephilim update. Nephilim update. If you're new to the show, the Nephilim are the giants of old, the men of renown, the offspring of the unholy union between the sons of God, the B'nai Ha-Elohim, and the daughters of men, the daughters of Adam, as mentioned in Genesis 6. And part of the flood of Noah was not because of just bad people, but a corruption in the genetic line. Or at least that's how the theory goes, and that's what the whole Nephilim thing is in context, briefly. But today, Basil, I got something fun. It's a couple weeks old, but it's okay. I can't believe I missed this. This is coming from SeekingAlpha.com. You're always seeking alpha.
Yeah.
And the headline is Nephilim, Sons of the 3X Bulls. If you don't know, Seeking Alpha is a investment strategy website.
Oh, it's a stock bro thing.
Stockbroker website.
Stonk Bros.
So, this is a very interesting article because it's talking about a product, like a financial product. But he's got this nickname for it, but he starts off with a whole header with the Genesis, from the Bible. And then he starts off with the legend. And he cites Genesis 6:4. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. So what does this article say? And admittedly, some of this is going to be over your head, because it was over my head, because I'm not a financial investor, advisor, stonks guy. The Big Money and Leveraged 3X ETFs was published in May 2020. Most of my development work since then has been feeble attempts to design effective ways of analyzing these instruments. One tentative conclusion I've come to is 3X bulls on major stock indices or indexes offer the simplest and best practical chance for an individual to quickly amass great wealth. The long-term numbers are so strong that they should arguably be a standard component in large portfolios. My analytical methodology is driven by principles of applied information theory, which I picked up from the School of Hard Knocks. New Concepts in Computational Finance describes some of the major design considerations, noting that they are quite similar to aspects of the work of Stephen Wolfram, who I don't know who that is, maybe some hotshot investor guy. This methodology provides better market insight than the mathematical, statistically oriented approach. The latest term to describe my techniques is applied information theory, Nephilim logic. Ooh. ETFs on major indexes were a major step forward in many different ways. For example, they allow longer analytical lookbacks without survivor bias at some costs in granularity. 3X bulls provide similar analytical benefits because of the artificially increased volatility. Nephilim are created by holding a 3x bull during the CO, close to open finite state, and holding a non-leveraged ETF during OC, open to close. The combined return streams create a new security. Nephilim seems to be appropriate term for the concept. At the same time, it is not easy to find a memorable term to describe non-leveraged ETFs. So here I use Daughters of Men to maintain the symbolism. So what I think what he means is like this combination of 3x bulls, like this combo of stocks or whatever, and doing this methodology of, I don't know, doing some kind of holding, selling thing during closed hours and open hours. He calls the Nephilim as like a positive thing because it's, son of renown or men of renown, mighty men of old, men of renown. I think people highlight that too much and think it's a good thing, like a heroic thing. And then the Daughters of Men being the non-leveraged ETFs, so the more traditional form, is Daughters of Men. So I don't know. It's very strange.
No, it is very interesting because we've seen Nephilim pop up in mostly sort of fringy pop culture things like anime, comic books, Reddit fan fiction. What else? Video games, stuff like that, kind of things. Look, and I say nerd stuff, but I say that lovingly. I mean, nerds out there, you know that you have my utmost respect and love. But it's funny because investing bro, stonk bro stuff is basically just the same kind of thing. Like it's, hopefully somebody's making money, but that's not always the case. But it's a love of systems, Right, that's really what's at the core of nerd culture is a love of systems and lore and things like that. And that's exactly what really hardcore stonk bro stuff is. And so it makes total sense to me that they are latching on to this whole concept, or perhaps it's the next step in the Nephilim sort of solidifying their way, integrating themselves into the cultures across the world right now.
Well, we have the Nephilim.
That's very funny.
We have the Nephilim as part of the hacker or the malware. Well, not malware. What was it? Yeah, the malware. So we got that going on.
Yes, hackers, malware.
So this is a whole nother angle here. Let me read a little bit more. Creation process. I modified my data build procedure recently to improve processing speed and facilitate Nephilim logic. The performance... I don't think I can take a guy seriously where he comes into a thing trying to pitch some kind of his strategy for investing. He's like, I call it the Nephilim logic. And gets all amped about it. I'd be like, oh man, did you not read the Bible? Like you quote it. The performance part.
Maybe he's hoping to sort of call upon the dark powers to help him make a bunch of money.
He's like, I know who rules the world here. Maybe if I appeal to them, they will show themselves, and I can. And it's fun all the riches
because the sort of original, sort of fringy pop culture stuff or crowd that got obsessed with the Nephilim, besides the sort of Christian side of it, is occultists.
Right. So, right.
So, if you know stonk bros, they'll do anything to turn a profit.
Yeah.
And, if it involves selling your soul or something, then, a lot of them will go for it.
The performance part of the project went on for several months and got a bit intense, and all the excitement, I temporarily forgot about the Nephilim part. The creation process is simple. I don't even know why he said that, but okay. And it shows the stocks, and it goes in all the details, and yada, yada, yada. It gets very complicated.
I don't know. I'm with the chat, man. I'm sticking with Mr. Gox. The hamster.
Yeah.
Remember the hamster?
Yeah, the crypto
choosing hamster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't need no Nephilim, folks. All you need is a cute little hamster with a desk, and he will choose the wealth finding strategies that you're looking for.
I love the chart here.
You need to call upon the Nephilim.
The chart is called 10-year Nephilim and ETF return. It's like, the Nephilim returning in 10 years?
The Nephilim return. Yeah, that's pretty good.
So there you go. I just thought this was a hilarious Nephilim update. Haven't had one in a while, and I did a check, and I found this article, and I thought, wow, this guy really named his investment strategy as the Nephilim process or whatever.
We'll see how it goes. See how it goes.
Joseph Friedman, software developer, so it seems like a real human.
Maybe he listens to the show.
It seems like a real human, unlike Harry, what was his name? I forget his name now.
I wasn't here, and I will refuse to breach the subject. That was your fun time.
I'm going to pull it up right now because it is worth mentioning. Harry Cockburn.
Thanks everybody for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. We are going to be back on Wednesday, which is the 20th of April. Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's Hitler's birthday. It's a lot of stuff going on.
Oh man, we have a show on 420. Okay.
Birth of Hitler. We have Columbine shooting.
Number
That's
of
right.
molecules in a THC thing. The weed number.
First Ancient Aliens episode.
Elon is going to have some good tweets that day.
Oh yeah, his haha tweets. Yeah.
It's 420. He loves that.
He loves it. Mm-hmm.
So there you go. We'll be back on 420, everybody, for a show again. Tune on in to that. But before you do, consider producing the show. The show can only continue with the support of producers. And thank you so much for the wonderful list of producers today. It is quite the roller coaster ride we've been on over the past few months. But you know what? That's the state of the world right now. Thank you to our executive producers, Caroline F., Rochelle S., and Dame Stormy. Thank you very much for coming in so tough, keeping the show going with your generosity and just your value. I mean, the value you receive being reflected in the value you give back. Thank you to our supply drop producer, Angela V., and the rest of our beautiful, talented producers, Laura C., Lady Knight Little Wing, Emily C., Alicia J.R., Brian H., Morv, Sir J.C., Night of the Techno Squatch, Sir Scott, Night of Truth, Joshua M., Gail M., Jackie U., Sir Casey the Shield Knight, Sir James Knighton, Servant of the Line of Judah, Veronica D., and Runk Smash. Thank you guys so much. Is the only way that it works. And if you're out there and you get any value out of this show, even if I'm not here, it's okay to get some value out of the show. I won't be hurt. And you can head on over to CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
Yeah, you can.
CanaryCryRadio.com/support. Wee, that's right. And you can support the show in all sorts of ways, producing with your time, your talent, or your treasure. I want to take some time to thank some producers who support the show with their time and their patience and their skills, starting with our Clippies. Clipping all those videos. Thanks. That's right. Emsworth, Fade Liverin, and Epsilon making those clips, putting them on the Canary Cry Clips channel on YouTube and Odyssey. Thank you guys. And if you haven't done it, go follow Canary Cry Clips channel, filled with all the clips you could possibly want of the show. It's so rewarding and valuable. Next up, we've got our timestampers. Timestamp, it's hard work. Timestamp. In theory, I do want to thank Christine C. for doing our timestamps on Good Friday. Good job, Christine C.
Thank you, Christine C.
It's so important to our back-end stuff. Next up, let's check on some meetups.
Canary Cry Meetup.
Have not heard of many new meetups added to the list, but we've got plenty of meetups going on around the country and the world. You can head on over to CanaryCry.Meetups.com. CanaryCry.Meetups.com. See a list. We've got the People Zoom meetup every third Saturday, East Texas on the 30th of this month. We got, what else? We got San Antonio, Texas on the 23rd of this month, and Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania. We've got people threatening to put on meetups all over the place. There's like 4 just hanging out there that nobody's confirmed for us. But I will say this, folks. I've been looking into our numbers, and I just took a little tour of sort of mid-sized cities in our statistics. Pretty much every mid-sized city in the country has at least 100 Canary Cry listeners. And I'm telling you, I could not find a decently sized city. You know, I can't say for smaller towns and stuff. I mean, there's plenty of smaller towns have lots of Canarians there. But I went through a whole list of sort of mid-sized cities, and there's at least 100 to 300 listeners in every mid-sized city. So wherever you are, you can put on a meetup. And in theory, unless these listeners are sort of homebodies, which most likely they are, and I support them in that. But no matter where you are in the country, the U.S. that is, there are listeners all around you, and you can invite them to a meetup in your area. It's super easy. Just you got a free weekend or a free Saturday anyways. You got to go eat. You got to hang out in the park. Whatever you do, just tell us about it, and we'll tell the rest of the Canarians, and you can meet some Canarians in your area. It's very valuable, and we suggest y'all do it. So you can go to CanaryCry.Meetups.com to check the current meetups or put one on yourself. Choose a place, choose a time and a date, and just give us an email at CanaryCry.Radio@gmail.com, and we'll see you at the meetup.
This is fun!
We'll hold on real quick. We'll do the
hold on.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry. Don't hold on.
Okay. I was just gonna say we'll do the speak pipe next episode. The one we missed today. I totally forgot about that. So just a heads up. Yes.
Yeah. Go leave reviews, folks. It's really important. Go to Apple Podcasts.
Very
leave us
distracted.
a review. I am. There's somebody in the chat who I feel is trying to communicate something to me, and I don't know what it is. So be a little bit more direct, please. Go leave ratings and reviews on Apple Podcasts and all over the place. You can even leave a rating on Spotify. You can't leave reviews on Spotify, but leave a rating. Give us 5 stars over there. That's very helpful. And all of this is to say that, this user-generated content, as these platforms call it, are really important to influencing the algorithms. Not only when you leave a rating and a review, don't just leave a rating, leave a review as well. It activates the algorithms, activates the robots to invite new people to listen to the show, and we have no control over it, Gonz and I. It is all y'all to go to Apple Podcasts. If you have any Apple device, go to Apple Podcasts, a little purple icon. Click on that, search for Canary Cry News Talk, and leave a rating and a review. It's very helpful. But don't take it from me. Listen to Gonz's grumpy uncle.
Ugly, horrible person. You must leave review on iTunes. And if you do not, you are ugly, horrible person. You bring shame to family. Ugly, horrible person.
Yeah, do it. Do it or else. And if we get 5 or more for this week, you'll make me go, ooh, woo. Ooh, woo. Mm-hmm. All right. Do that. That's it, I think.
Yep.
Just post about us on social media, stuff like that, and share the show. If you're an artist or a musician or whatever, creative person, go ahead and send us your art. Create something for the show. Art or music or jingles or whatever. Anything you've got, baby, send it in. Make it for the show, by the show. We'll put it on the show. It was one of our favorite things to do. And you can send all of that to CanaryCry.Radio@gmail.com or CanaryCry.Radio@protonmail.com. Go. Do it. Do it now. But if none of that appeals to you, you can just go ahead and share the show. I mean, share no matter who you are. You should be telling your friends about the show. It's a very special period of time where the crumbling facade of the corporate news narrative is revealing itself to the population as a whole, and they just need someone to tell them what to do, what to listen to, where to get their news, and you can tell them all about Canary Cry News Talk. They will thank you. You'll have so many things to talk about and bond over. It'll be incredible. And that's very helpful, as well as just posting the links on social media. But, you don't have to do it that way. A lot of people like to get a little creative with it, find a new, exciting, unique, eccentric way to share the show. And a lot of times that can be even more effective than you could possibly imagine. And one way to do that is to just get really good at hacking or whatever. But even better than that, go ahead and go to The Guardian and they go to The Guardian and leave a message, ask a question to Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. They're taking questions. They're collecting the data. They are Bill Gates's PR firm is getting ready to launch an all-out media offensive to answer the questions, mostly that are going to be about him being a lizard person trying to kill everybody and implant microchips and all that kind of stuff. So we've got enough of that. Certainly you can ask that if you want, but everybody should go to theguardian.com, go to their Ask Bill Gates a Question thing, and just start asking, basically, have you heard of Canary Cry News Talk? Does Bill Gates listen to Canary Cry News Talk? Does Bill Gates is Bill Gates secretly Basil and wearing a googly eye headset?
Oh no, that would be the worst news ever.
Keep dropping the name Canary Cry News Talk, because each and every question being sent in over there is going into a database. And what happens in these databases, these PR professionals are going to have these low-paid data scientists who are going to be running the numbers. And if a term pops up enough, then it's going to go on the list of things to address. And suddenly, if we get tens of thousands of people asking about Canary Cry News Talk on the Bill Gates question form, they're going to be like, okay.
Who are these guys? We need to find out.
Here we are, everybody. We're here. We ran the numbers. We got the data. So we're the new PR team for Bill Gates. We've got, here's the things we need to address in order to revitalize our lizard overlord's image. Okay, we're got to be talking about vaccines lowering the population. Nothing we haven't heard before, but we can address that. We got the microchip thing. Okay. Oh, Epstein. Yeah, we knew that was going to show up. Oh man. Yeah. No. Looks like pretty standard stuff, Bill. Oh wait. What is it? What is Canary Cry News? Okay. So Billy, there's a lot of questions about Canary Cry News Talk. Have you heard of Canary Cry News Talk? Are you on Canary Cry News Talk? Can you produce Canary Cry News? Have you ever heard of Canary Cry News Talk, Bill? And Bill's going to go,
oh no, the Canary boys are on to me again. Let me call my lizard friends, and we will address this problem.
And then the PR person is going to be like, whoa. It was really off-putting when you go full lizard on us, Bill. I know you're paying the bills around here, and I know we're trying to help you, but if you could take your human form during these meetings, that would be really, really helpful. You're scaring the interns, and it's hard enough to keep these interns around. There's all these millennials and Gen Zs wanting to get paid for their work. I mean, how ridiculous is that, Billy?
They don't know how tough I had it as a larvae in the Galactic Federation.
Just stuff like that.
Yeah, climate
change. Vaccines.
And the powers that be that will control the PR initiatives of Bill Gates will have to respond. And suddenly there'll be a new book out called My Canary Cry Friends and I. There'll be a book about, there'll be TV appearances on Oprah where Bill Gates
Cry COVID conversation.
vehemently denies any responsibility for Canary Cry News Talk. Long story short, this is a great way to hack a multi-hundreds of millions of dollars PR
billions.
campaign that's coming up. We could easily get $1 billion worth of marketing out of hacking this data set. So go on, get on it, folks. It takes a whole village to get.
It takes a village of hackers.
It takes a village to hack this data set. And so go on, go do that. That's just one creative way you can do it. You don't have to do it that way. You can do it any way you want. But no matter how you do it, we like to call it rattling cages. If you need any more instructions, here's what you do. You'll walk right up to him, grab him by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. Gonz, any last words?
No, I'm completely spent. I've used all the words to use to fill the gap. So, yes.
And yet he still finds more.
Still more. I can speak more if you'd like.
More.
Is the way.
No, we're good. We'll wait till Wednesday.
Okay.
All right, everybody. Thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside that cage.
This is the way.
We will hunt you down and make you pay.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
We're all gonna die.
Give me a break.
Feed him more.
State and federal health officials.
They all want to share their data.
Aliens.
State and federal.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
The word of the Lord came to Jonah and said, Arise, go to Nineveh and call out against it, for their evil continues to rise. But Jonah fled from the presence of the Lord. He found a ship and paid the fare to go with them. But the Lord hurled a great storm upon the sea, so that the ship would break. The sailors were afraid, and each one cried out to his own god. But Jonah was down in the ship's quarters, fast asleep. So the captain came to him and said, What is this, you sleeper? Arise, call out to your God. Perhaps he will hear and save us. The sailors said to Jonah, What do you do, and where do you come from? And Jonah said to them, I am a Hebrew, and I fear the Lord, the God of heaven, who has made all things. And I have tried to flee his presence. The men were frightened, and they said, What have you done, and what shall we do to be saved from this storm? Jonah said to them, Hurl me into the sea, for it is because of me that this great tempest has come. The men were reluctant, but as the storm grew more violent, they called out to the Lord and said, Let us not perish for this man's life, and do not count innocent blood against us. For you, Lord, have done your will. So they threw Jonah into the sea, and the sea stopped raging. Because of this, the men made vows to be faithful to the Lord. As for Jonah, God appointed a great fish to swallow him, and Jonah was in the belly of this fish for 3 days and 3 nights. Then Jonah prayed to the Lord and said, I called out to the Lord in my distress, and he answered me. Out of the belly of Sheol I cried, and you hear my voice. You cast me into the deep, and the flood surrounds me. I am driven away from your sight, yet I shall look again upon your holy temple. When my life faints away, I remember the Lord, and my prayers come to you before your very presence. Those who seek vain idols forsake their hope of everlasting love. But I offer everything to you, Lord, and that which I vow I will pay, for salvation comes from the Lord alone.
Wives in the cosmos, children in the space plane.
I'm an adult in a spaceship.
Supersonic space plane screamed to life and the vehicle swooped upward. On board, the passengers experienced 3 G's of force from the burst of extreme acceleration and watched the blue sky fade into space.
In the back have been cleared to unstrap.
Oh, yeah.
In the back have been cleared to unstrap.
Yes. Do it, Richard. Do it, Jeff. Do it for humanity.
To all you kids down there, I was once a child with a dream. Now I'm an adult in a spaceship.
He can accomplish it. You can too. Big windows, cool. Rocket ship, cool. Space plane, cool.
Nukes,
cool.
Blowing stuff up,
cool. Space plane, astronaut, rocket ship.
CBS anchor.
We have Basil. He's a human. Just look at him. Go to the bathroom in bags. He can go to the bathroom in the cosmos. It changed everything. Wives in space, children in the cosmos, with your best friend brother. Wives in the cosmos, children in the space plane.
We are headed to space.
He's got to save something for next episode, you know.
I want like another bigger drop. I want my room to start shaking. Speak of the ghost.
Completely off the chain.
It's a banger. I want like another bigger drop.
Oh, all right. Gnarly. I'm rattling.
I want my room to start shaking.
Oh,
Speak of the ghost.
Can I tell you a sort of a twisted pleasure that I have?
It's okay. No.
Clearing out that lint trap. Clearing out that lint trap. Clearing out that lint trap. Clearing out that lint. Clearing out that lint trap. Clearing out that lint trap. Clearing out that lint trap.
It takes time. A lint catcher.
I love it, man.
Hey, you gotta clean this out. I was like, a lint catcher. It's a great reset. A lint catcher.
I love it, man.
Hey, you gotta clean this out. A lint catcher.
I love it, man.
Yeah.
I love peeling off that big old lint trap, rolling it into a ball, peeling off that big old lint trap, just like throwing it in the trash, really. Should I be saving this?
No.
You could knit it into a scarf or something?
No.
Surely. It's very soft.
No.
This would make really good fire starter. You are a weird prepper. Hoarder. Like a weird guy, man. Weird prepper. Not normal, like a weird guy, man. Clearing out that lint trap.
No.
Clearing out that lint trap. Clearing out that lint trap. That lint trap. I know it's gross, folks.
A lint catcher.
I love it, man.
Hey, you gotta clean this out. I was like, a lint catcher. It's a great reset. A lint catcher.
I love it, man.
Hey, you gotta clean this out. A lint catcher.
I love that. I am constantly having to remind myself to wear a pink shirt for the show. Constantly having to remind myself, save the dryer lint, use it as fire starter, knit a scarf, save the dryer lint.
I was alone. I realized that there's one, only one, way to get to the true light. So I walked on the road to his house, where I'll live there forevermore. Jesus, my Savior. Jesus, my Savior. Jesus, my Savior.
Safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopath.
CanaryCry.Radio.com/support.